Hello. I hope you all are well. Oh, I'm really loud. Why am I so loud? There we go. Fastidious, Yosh, Twink, Yef, Billy. Fastidious, congrats on the 120 stream streak. Momo, thank you again for the raid. Everyone who came here, my name is TTLRT Swizzle. If you're still around, welcome to Chaos. If you're not, that's fair. Hope you're having a wonderful lurk. Amazing how fast yesterday went from silly goofy game to, well, this is going to Zonky 0. So I was going to talk about that. I asked a buddy of mine, Super Metroid. No, I asked a buddy of mine. I said, hey, I don't want to Google this because I don't want to see like the full ending and everything. But would you mind just checking the ending of Metal Wolf Chaos and like reading the general consensus about it? And he got back to me like an hour later and was like, every strategy guide I've ever found is how to cheese all the cheese the last two bosses. I said, great. Ugh. Apparently I need to figure out the button for the burst or something. I don't know. We'll beat it at some point. Another 6 months we'll play it again. Ah. I mean, it still is a silly, goofy game. It's just so hard. Oh boy. All right. Well, for once, yeah, at least now I know it's not like a me thing, right? You know, like it's not just like a I'm just terrible. It's no, this game wasn't the greatest balanced. I asked them not to tell me the cheese strats, so I don't know what they are, but there's apparently a really easy fucking way to beat them. But that's not today. Today we play the Gestalt edition of this. Today is peak. Today Yosh is a very, very happy camper. I know, I love Nier, right? Peak. If you guys, most of you have played it. If you haven't, and you've played other Uchikoshi games, you look at this and think, yeah, I see why he loves the. You mean you're a big fan of the snow and ice? You? How's our volume? It's a little loud. I'm also gonna warn you guys. I launched it just to this menu earlier to make sure it would like open. I didn't want like an ultimate thing to happen. It does not like me clicking links, so I will not be doing much tabbing out of this. I'm just gonna warn you now. It's time. Hey Sam, hey Liz, hope you're well. Okay, that's in Russian. Did I install something wrong? I'm shutting down the game redeems. You're good, okay. Oh, I'm a seagull. Of course. My bad. These were the words uttered by the first woman in space, Valentina Tereshkova. Or Tereshkova, not Tereshkova.
宇宙船ボストーク6号に乗り込んだ彼女は、
Hmm.
一人完全な静寂と虚無に支配された宇宙空間を漂いながら、
I might be reading everything. I don't know how we're gonna do this yet from a streaming perspective. I don't think it's that bad. It's bad if I'm like trying to like read and and listen. Thought it was the boss. You lied. How could Kojima do this? All alone aboard the former Soviet Union spaceship Vostok 6, floating in the void of space, a place of complete silence and emptiness,
その心もとない孤独感と
with the hollow feeling of isolation upon
同
her.
時に全ての束縛から逃れたことによる解放感を一羽のカモメになぞらえて地球の管制官に送ったのだ。
Hello! Welcome everybody for this. Reading it might destroy your voice. So I'm gonna have to read it anyway. I don't want to like. Well, no, I'm just gonna sit here and stare. Hope Star Ocean was going well. Hope your stream was good. If you guys don't know me, my name's T Taylor T Swizzle. Everyone call me is fine. Hey Sarah, hope you're well as well. I was curious what this game was, so I decided to raid you. This is. Do you know the Zero Escape franchise or the iSomnium games? This is an older game by that guy. I just talk 4 hours a day every day. You guys are acting like I sit here silent. I do this. I you know. Oh no, I have to talk 4 hours a day? Fuck, I had to go live, you mean? The second best. Yet still able to draw the parallel between herself and a seagull to express the liberating feeling of breaking free from everything.
私はカモメ。素敵な表現だと
I'm
思
a
う。
seagull. Such beautiful words.
私にはそんな気の利いた言い回しは思い浮かばない。
If it were me, I'd never have been able to come up with something so clever.
少々の皮肉を込めて言い表すとするなら、さしずめ、私はカゴメとでも言ったところだろうか。
I know of them, but I've never played. Okay, well, as long as you know of them, you know the general, I guess, idea of probably what this is gonna. I don't know what this is gonna be. I have no fucking idea. I'd probably try being sarcastic and say that I'm a girl trapped in a cage. Though, if you think about it, would that really be sarcasm?
狭いカゴの中に閉じ込められた一人の女の子。
A lonely girl locked away inside a tiny narrow
私
cage.
は今、天国に一番近い場所にいる。
Yeah, Okay. Close to heaven as you'll ever be.
高度33000フィートの空の上に。
It's been so long since I've streamed VN that I've kind of forgotten how to do this. Almost West Virginia. 30, well, especially when in Japanese. I don't think I've ever done that. 33,000 feet up in the air. January.
カゴメカゴメカゴの中の鳥はいついつでやる夜明けの晩に鶴と亀が滑った後ろの正面だ
Are you singing on a plane? Oh my god, I'd beat them. I'd get up and I'd beat. I think I'd cause a fight. I think. Oh my god. If I'm sitting in front of someone who starts singing on a fucking plane, either I'm getting thrown off or they are. Suddenly, the world around me disappears. Someone from the seat behind me has covered both my eyes with their hands.
後ろの正面誰
Okay.
後ろの正面誰
7 decades, I imagine would help manage the stress. If you're out loud singing as loud as this voice currently is, you're you're being a bother to the people around you. If you're doing it under your breath, sure, whatever, I don't care. But if you're like in my headphones, she's screaming. I've had to turn the voice down a ton. And the plane isn't making any sound. Oh gosh. Okay. So these are actions and okay, so we got the little Japanese start and end things for words. I can't wait for this to be the most important decision of the game. All right, well, let's go through the B path.
そうね。ここは雲の上だから、天使さんがいたずらでもしに来たのかな?
Please put your kagome back in the upright position.
うわ、何それ? 親父ギャグですか?
Alright, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm not reading all this. I'm just gonna talk over it and comment. So I'm really sorry to anyone just listening. You'll just get to hear my reactions.
寒い.
I hear a small clink. I'll narrate though. I'll happily narrate. As soon as the hands covering my eyes are removed, I quickly turn around. Oh, hello. Heaven is here. Oh my god. I think I actually did just pick a route. That's what I prefer. Yeah, I think so. I think that's the best.
Liz, Konchi.
Ayo. Behind me is a boy who I've never seen before. Why are you doing this to me, child? He leans over the backrest with an innocent smile.
ごめん、お姉ちゃん忙しいんだ。退屈なのはわかるけど、遊ぶんならママに相手してもらってね。
She's being very polite. I mean, I guess it's a kid. Okay. I mean, it's a child.
ママなんていないよ。じゃあ、パパは？パパの席はどこ?
Can't wait for both his parents to be dead. The boy doesn't say anything and just shakes his head.
え？ってことは、まさか一人で?
This time he nods his head.
君、小学生だよね。
You wouldn't throw a child off a plane, would you? I mean, hey, look, I don't know the situation yet.
うん。へえ、小学生なのに一人で飛行機に乗れちゃうなんてすごいじゃない。すごくなんかないよ。
Even though he says that, you can tell he's quite pleased at being praised. He seems very innocent and charming. If not for the sharp tongue I heard earlier, I would have been under the complete influence of his childish charms. Now then, is this charming, archaic smile an attribute of his true face? Or is it just a cute facade hiding his wicked nature? Even though at my age, you'd think I could immediately tell whether a kid was putting on an act or being sincere. But right now, as someone who's experiencing both the sweetness and the bitterness of this world, I see in his undefiled smile a side of him that I want to be real. What's an archaic smile? I feel like it just means he's older than he looks, older beyond his years. I think this is the person singing.
いくつなの?
How old are you? Oh, yeah, I already said that. Okay. I asked a question, not quite sure when they became so talkative.
11. 5番目の素数だよ。
Oh my fucking god, here we go. Okay. Prime numbers, write this down, everybody. This is important. He's 11, you say. Prime number? As a liberal arts student, that expression isn't one that I hear often. That being said, I at least still remember the definition. A positive integer that can only be divided by the number 1 in itself. However, the number 1 itself is not included. Well, we're back. Final Fantasy 14 players need to learn. Oh, do that now? You guys want to do a throwback stream real quick? Hold on, watch this. We'll pray it doesn't break. Okay, it's breaking. Oh yeah, it broke. Oh, nope, unbreak? Nope. Okay, can't do that. Never mind. No throwback stream. Why would I break it? I was trying to do like a throwback stream back when we played like games in 2020. It'd be just like that again. Oh, is that why you like prime numbers? He has a big smile on his face. As always, this isn't really my field of expertise. All I can do is force a smile. Oh, no. Not underlined words. Not already. Yeah. You know, my specialty isn't factors or prime numbers, but rather sociology and insanity. If you check the controls at the top, okay, I'd have to unfull screen it. I full screened it because it's like a window like this small on my monitor if I don't full screen it. So like I literally can't see what's going on in the window. Should I unfull screen it for a second to press K? No. Should tell you a key to select tips. Hold on. Yeah, see, that's what happens if I don't have it full screened. Key config. Numpad minus. No, let's do K. Let's do E, actually. Nope, that's end. I don't want end. I want E. Okay. Full screen mode. Yep. Well, I mean, you know, they do what they need to be. Okay. Great. Sociology, the study of the mechanisms behind social life, social structures, and social issues in relation to human social behaviors. And how do I quote? Escape? Escape. Insanity, madness, foolish actions, mental illness. He says that suddenly. Why do you know my age? So this was added to the Gestalt patch. Without it, you would have to right click and open tips list every time there's a new tip. Excellent, excellent patch. His mischievously tilts his head for me to see. Hello, Uni. He rests his chin on the headrest behind me and sticks his right hand out. I shake it. His palm is very small. It fits surprisingly well into my own palm, like a missing piece returned to its rightful place. Oh god. Oh dear lord. Right click should let you save and all that? Okay, hold on. Straining my ears, I can still hear the sound of the wind. Nope. Okay, hold on. Okay, can't do that. Not letting me check the tip for I. Oh my god, we're being rated so many times. Hello, Mike. I hope Infinite Wealth's been going well. Not a tip, just blue. Welcome on in, everyone. If you guys don't know me, my name is T. Taylor Swizzle. If you want to call me is fine. And welcome to whatever this is going to be. You just finished it? Oh, congrats. Sometimes your eye just wants to be blue. I see. Oh. Very nice. Well, congratulations. I'm glad your stream went well. As always, if you need to take any, breaks, whatever, please do. Outside, the snow is still blowing violently about. I hold my breath as I stand in front of the iron door. Besides the door, a small red light is blinking in the darkness. The card reader that controls the lock on the door. The red light indicates that it's locked. I put my hand in my pocket and pull out a single key card. So every day I'll be looking to enjoy your lurk, Zero. Okay, I'm writing that down. Hey, interesting. Oh. Satoru. I'm just gonna give this a whole new page. Hold on. Remember 11 section. Day 1. Angel route? Question mark. One ID card. Satoru Yukido 1331222398001. I trace the engraved letters with my fingertips.
Yukido Satoru.
Yukido Satoru. They've begun. That is my name. I haven't really liked my name that much. Alright, edgelord. I twirl the card in my fingers and spin it around. I insert it into the reader's slot and let it slide through. The light on the card reader turns green. The door opens just the slightest crack. I push it open and step into the darkness, as if drawn by something. And we're back to the plane. After briefly introducing myself, I let Uni into the seat next to mine. Uni throws his head back onto the seat and makes a sound with his nose. Oh, great. You're not good with the zoom. You have a camera, right? It's the plane. When the plane begins to land, it descends rapidly with a zoom. And there's a point when you feel light, as if gravity disappears. Hey, oddball.
からね。この飛行機が着陸態勢に入ったら。
Hit video game. Looking at me with upturned eyes, Uni continues.
で、繋いでってもらえないかな。
Oh, okay, child. I almost burst out laughing. However, the expression on Uni's face is so serious that making fun of him just doesn't seem right. Even though his words at times show wisdom beyond his years, inside he's still just a child. I can't tab out of this game, so I won't be checking them, unfortunately. So, after stream.
そのぐらいならいくらでも。本当に？とはいえ、私の体に触れることができる男の子なんてめったにいないんだからね。ありがたく思いなさいよ。
I give his head a little poke, and he blushes as he jumps into my arms. Oh well.
で、正解は？年齢が分かった理由、教えてくれるんでしょ？
When he says that, Uni pulls away from me and stretches his arms behind my
これ
head.
だよ、これ。これがココロンの髪の毛についてたから。
Every day I live in pain. In his hand is a fluttering object, which he presents to me. The object Uni is holding between his fingers is my ID. Oh, nope, it's a small white feather. Okay, as soft as down. Oh, and we're back. Okay, oh, here we go. R section, small. Spiraling stairs continue higher and higher up. R. The symbol for radius and ratio represents an arc extension. The 18th letter of the alphabet, the symbol for right. And also, the R from the title of this game, Remember11. The letter R is full of significant meanings. It feels as if I'm walking up the scales of a giant constrictor snake. The title of this hit video game. You hated this tip in particular? Well, I'm glad they gave it to me. A constrictor snake which had wrapped itself around a huge column as it desperately tried to strangle it. But it's only those in this game. Its iron scales make sharp, cold sounds as my feet continue on their journey.
ダビデは
Oh,
琴を弾いていた。サウルの手には槍が。
what?
サウルは槍を投げつけて、私はダビデを壁にでも。
I don't think of the words coming out of my mouth as my own. It's as if some spirit is whispering them into my ear.
俺はダビデを突き刺してやる。
You almost spelled call, right? The Bible? I will smite David.
再びかわされる。
The entrance I'm looking for is near. Okay, I'm not doing the eye thing every time. It's literally every time. Thankfully, this constrictor I'm making my way up doesn't have a head. Perhaps before it could finally strangle its prey, its head was cut off. The cogwheels of the clock tower make an eerie noise. Rattle, rattle. It sounds as if a spell is being cast. One to take control over time for all eternity.
羽？そう、羽。これが私の髪の毛に？うん、後ろのところにね。
I can't wait to hear how this explains anything. I have no idea why a feather would be there.
ココロン、昨日お風呂入らなかったでしょ。
A solitary snail.
失礼ね、ちゃんと入ったわよ。嘘だ。
What is this kid on?
どうしてそんなことで嘘つかなきゃならないの？だって心のまぶたちょっと腫れてるから。
We're being fucking analyzed.
寝不足なんじゃないの？
Stop! Saying that, Uni takes out a mirror from his pocket and places it right in front of my face. His J feather.
ね。
Just as Uni says, my eyelids show a slight tinge of red. Is it true that I didn't get much sleep last? It is true I didn't get much sleep last night. What a Sherlock Holmes hyperfixation does to a motherfucker. Last night I was in a rush to prepare for this trip, and before I could meet her, I wanted to fill my head with as much information as possible. When I finally got to bed, the sky was already growing light.
確かにあんまり寝てないのは事実よ。だけどそれとこれとどういう関係があるの？羽と年齢の話は一体どうなっちゃったわけ？まあまあまあ、焦らない焦らない。ちゃんと順を追って説明していくからね。
Uni snaps the folding mirror shut and slips it back into his pocket.
まず日付の確認からして
Let's
おこう。
confirm the date, of course. I forgot about that part. We'll get there when we get there.
今日は西暦何年の何月何日何曜日だっけ？
It's January 11th.
2011年
20
1月11日火曜日。
Found? Nope, I don't even know if that's true. That could be another timeline. Fuck it. Just next to the first one, I'm writing January 11th. 2011. That'll go up there. 11111.
オッケー。じゃあ昨日は何の日？
It would be January 10th.
1月10日月曜日。
Coming of age day. Of course.
さてと、そこでこの羽の登場だ。
Uni says the feather dances on the palm of his hand.
女の子が振袖を着るとき肩にかけるショール。その素材の中でも最もポピュラーなのがフェザー。ホワイトグースの羽なんだ。
Ah, so this is a cultural reference I had little to no hope of ever figuring out. I feel better about this now.
そしておそらくは僕の手のひらに乗っているこの羽も、あとは言わなくてもわかるよね。
No, I figured it
つ
out.
まり私は昨日振袖を着て成人式に出席したってこと？その時肩にかけてたショールの羽が取れて私の髪についた。成人式といえば小学校や中学校で机を並べた旧友たちが一堂に会すビッグイベントでしょ。初恋の男の子が見違えるほどブサイクになってたり、あんまりパッとしなかった女の子が妬ましいぐらいに綺麗になってたりして、ともかくそんな開口が次から次へと訪れることによって出席者の誰もが心を弾ませ身を躍らせることになる。
Okay.
同様に当時の心も激しい高揚感に包まれていたであろうことは想像に難くない。そんな浮ついた恍惚状態の最中、
Bro said they're so hideous he can't recognize them. Just more matter-of-factly writing his fanfic right now. I can't wait till like day 14 of this game where I'm scrambling to like figure out how to unlock a route, and I need to know the detailed description of his coming of age fanfic.
式を終えた心はかつてつるんでいた仲良しグループに誘われるがまま二次会へと赴いた。誰はばかることなく堂々とアルコールが飲める年齢ということだったんだろう。
Bro is just making shit up.
二次会はやがて三次会となり、三次会は四次会へ、四次会は五次会へ。気がつけば東の空が明るくなっている。 結果ろくに眠ることもできず、まぶたは赤く腫れ上がり、シャワーを浴びる余裕もなく、ココロンは襟足に羽をつけたまま慌ててこの飛行機に飛び乗ったってわけ。どう？当たりでしょ。
Hearing all those statements in such quick succession leaves me feeling embarrassed, long before I fully notice it myself. I have paper and mechanical pencil. I'll regret it later instead. Yuni's eyes are sparkling and his cheeks are flushed with red.
はあ、一枚の羽からよくそんな妄想が思いつくわね。
No, we saw the plane flying a couple minutes ago. As long as this is the same plane. Don't know yet.
妄想？これは妄想なんかじゃないよ。
See, the problem, not the problem, but I'm going to use the word problem. The problem with these games is I'll sit here and I'll make all these wild guesses of what's going to happen. And what's actually going to happen is so fucking batshit insane that I have no hope of guessing it. Okay? Like I could sit here and spin you a tale of what I think's going to occur, and it won't be like 1/10 close to what's actually going to happen. So the smiley faces mean nothing to me. Lord Gordo Bordo.
極めて論理的な推理さ。なるほど、自信満々だ。
Here you spin us the tale.
まあね。だけどその極めて論理的な推理ってやつは残念ながら大外れだよ。
Oh, he's just an idiot. Okay.
え？だって私2月生まれだもん。
You were born in February. How could you?
成人式は去年やっちゃったんだ。
Wait. That's not. Is it just that anyone that year gets this ceremony? He did the streamer thing and tried. Oh, no. You see, Sam, I'm not smart enough to predict things. I just get overwhelmed instead. As soon as I say those words, Yuni's eyes open wide, leaving two little dots where his cheerful, saucer-like pupils had been before. A plane crash. The plane's crashing into the middle of the Arctic wilderness. That's what's going to occur next. His mouth is left half open in shock.
嘘。じゃあこの羽はなんで心の髪についてたの？さあね。
Hold on, wait a fucking second.
さあねって。
Who knows?
あ、でもここは雲の上だし。もしかしたら天使の羽かもね。天使？
Murmuring that in wonder, Yuni turns to look out the window. His flustered appearance is cute, resembling that of a live puppy that's just come face to face with a robot dog. I can't help but giggle quietly to myself. Perhaps my laughter reaches Yuni's ears as he shakes his head quickly.
天使なんているわけないじゃん。そうかな。そうだよ。まあいずれにせよガチョウの羽だって解釈するよりはロマンティックでしょ。ココロンはロマンティックかどうかで事実を判断するの？
Oh my god, hold on. This is like a really... So to decide whether something is true or not, you just check with yourself to see if it's a romantic or not. And if you like what you end up with, then you believe in it?
時にはね。
It's like how I write.
論理的な根拠なんてどうでもいいんだ。だから時にはって言ったじゃない。論理的に証明できることだったらそれを信じるし、証明できないことだったら私は
The rule of cool.
ロマンティックな方を選ぶ。そういうこと。
With a blank look on his face, Uni gazes absent-mindedly at the feather in his palm. He's utterly still, as if his soul had gone somewhere else and left his body frozen in place.
ねえ心この羽もらってもいい
Feather's all yours, kid. His eyes are downcast. Only his lips move.
いいけどそんなものもらってどうするの記念にするんだ記念
When I ask that, Uni raises his head.
そう記念だよココロンと出会ったことを忘れないようにするための
It surprises me how he says those words so casually. It must be his age. The brutal, straightforward frankness that boys my age just don't possess, or rather, that they gradually lose with age. Uni still hasn't lost that gift. If Uni were 7 years older, this short exchange of words would leave me so embarrassed and flustered that I'd have had to stand up from my seat to cool off, because that would be so incredibly romantic. Right now, I simply choose to say,
もうかわいいなこいつこいつ
Goitsu. Without warning, I hug Uni and mess up his smooth hair with my hands.
苦しいよ死ぬってばマジでっていうかメガネ折れっから助けて誰かスッチ
Keep squeezing. Uni struggles like a cute little woodland creature in my arms. The Alpha and the no, Omega. Okay. New title. There's a snowstorm outside. The snowstorm is so strong, I have to lean with my hand against the wall to keep standing upright. I use my other hand to shield my eyes from the wind and the snow. It's freezing. I almost strain my eyes trying to stare across the distance. I can't see anything. The entire landscape before me has been whited out. Just had to check. A pure white world where all depth is lost. We're in a box. It snatches away my sense of perspective, and I suddenly lose my footing and slip. I cling to the wall with both hands to regain my balance. This clock tower, Resident Evil reference, is over 15 meters tall. If I were to fall from here, I'd be very lucky if I were to get away with just a few broken bones. Oh, that's a big... Okay, here we go. I glance downward. My field of vision is filled with whirling plumes of snow and the needle-like tracks it leaves as it blows across the roof.
悪くない天気だ
The words of cynicism I spout out are quickly carried away with the wind. There in the freezing cold, I check the time. I've never liked having anything attached to my arm, so my wristwatch is hidden away in my pocket. Panicked for a second there. My eyes turn toward the panel of the digital watch. It's almost 4 p.m.
そろそろだな
I got to kill him for singing now. Hell yeah. You may recognize Satoru's voice if you've heard of the little-known anime. I've watched the first 5 episodes of JoJo's. I raise my eyes to the dark, restless sky. It's Dio! Oh my god. I'll keep that in mind. For an instant, a pale light cuts through the heavens. The sound of the winter thunder shakes my body to its core. The weather continues to worsen. There are no signs of the snowstorm easing up at any time soon. Oh, the plane's going down. Here we go. No? Okay. Oh,
機
fast.
長より乗客の皆様にお知らせいたします。当機はこれより乱気流の中を通過いたしますので、乗客の皆様は座席にお戻りになり、シートベルトをご着用ください。
This guy's shooting the plane down.
なお、この先多少機体の揺れることが予想されますが、飛行には影響ございませんので、どうかご安心ください。
Uni neither notices the seatbelt sign nor pays any attention to the captain's announcement. This is the best airplane speaker. True.
This is your captain speaking. We are experiencing some minor turbulence on this flight. Please do not worry if the aircraft suddenly drops 50 to 100 feet at a time. We expect the turbulence to end in 3 to 6 hours. Thank you for your patience.
Wow, I think he said we're arriving soon. Uni neither notices the seatbelt sign nor pays any attention to the captain's announcement. He's a weather device. He's next to me, completely immersed in play fighting with a plush white bear. Hello, plush white bear.
Achoo! Uriah! Brazilian high kick! Brazilian high kick! Brazilian high kick からアルマーダコンマルテロ!
I fasten his seatbelt for him. Even then, Uni continues to play without paying attention to me. Any attention to me.
まあ、いっか。
I think it'll be all right to leave him as he is. There's something I want to do, but it's supposed to snow today? It's snowing right now? Sorry. I thought that was like a phone call or something. True, yeah, my bad. I didn't realize that I was in the game now. I don't want to be in the game. I take out a thick file from my bag. I fasten my own seatbelt and lay the file in my lap. The cover reads... Awazumi Municipal Hospital Indiscriminate Murder. Okay, here we go. Yes. This is either going to be a phrase I have to read more than I ever want to read again, or this will be the last time it's mentioned. Awazumi Municipal Hospital. It's the hospital's back. Indiscriminate. Why is this name so long? Murder. Case file. All right. All clues can go under that. I opened it to the first page. There are blue of them. Wednesday. Okay. Wednesday, January 14th, 2009. This gruesome incident had taken place in winter 2 years ago. The scene of this tragedy was Awazumi Municipal Hospital in Hokkaido. It was a 300-bed facility, well known as the most reliable general hospital in that area. Ooh. The time was 4 a.m. 4 a.m. Okay, stupid mechanical pencil. Powdery snow fluttered down from the pitch-black night sky. Dawn was still a long way off, and the neighborhood was deserted and silent as death. Only the whispering echoes of the falling snow broke the perfect silence. The figure of a lone girl had appeared at the front gate of the city hospital. She was not holding an umbrella. The pure white snow fell softly onto her shoulders and hair, and was as silent as the world around her. An on-duty nurse noticed the strange figure from the window of the third floor. Nurse thought there might have been an emergency and quickly rushed down to the main gate. Once she had got there, her figure was nowhere to be seen. The hospital was sound asleep. There was no one groaning in agony, no one weeping in despair. Only the faint sounds of calm and tranquil sleep filled the cool hallways. A sharp shriek violated the silence. That's when it all began. The only voices that could be heard thereafter were agonized, dying screams. And then everything lapsed into silence again. It took the doctors and nurses several minutes to notice that something was wrong. The nurse call signs lit up one by one, and then the alarm sounded, echoing throughout the hospital. The on-duty doctors split up and rushed to the sick rooms. Screams and cries echoed here and there. From room to room, from ward to ward, one after another. The patients rushed out of their rooms barefoot. They ran, jumbled together, trying to escape, making incomprehensible sounds. A sobbing girl, a ranting and raving young man, an old woman who stood stock still, covered in blood. In the blink of an eye, the hospital fell into a state of panic resembling purgatory. A lone doctor opened up the door to one of the hospital rooms. Oh, that's a lot of blood. An incredible amount of fresh blood stained the stained the walls and the linoleum floor crimson. A thin mist of spattered blood hung in the air. A sickening, persistent odor made its way to the doctor's nose and settled itself deep in his lungs. The doctor instinctively covered his mouth. Two motionless lumps of flesh lay there, sprawled over the beds. One had its chest brutally torn open. Oh, the right half of the rib cage was sticking out from the body cavity. The heart was gone. He found it in the corner of the room, squished flat like a frog that had been run over by a truck. As if someone had hurled it at the wall in a fit of rage. The heart had left a vivid streak of bright red on the milky white wall as it slid its way down to the floor. Suddenly, someone grabbed the doctor's leg. It was another male patient. The patient's throat had been slashed open. The weak, rasping sound of air escaping from the wound could be heard. Shocked, the doctor knelt down and firmly covered the patient's neck with his hands. Not the shadow. Those would be the last words he'd ever say. To this day, no one has yet been able to determine what those words really meant. According to the report, the first murder occurred near the entrance to the emergency wards. The victim was a male security guard. He was most likely killed trying to detain the perpetrator who had invaded the hospital. Thereafter, the perpetrator went from one hospital room to the other, indiscriminately slaughtering patients along the way. The dead patients even included an elementary school student. The patients, however, were not the perpetrator's only victims. The doctors and nurses who attempted capture were also stabbed. The final casualty count was 12 dead, 19 wounded. About 30 minutes after their first crime, the perpetrator was cornered by the police on the rooftop and arrested. The murder weapon was described as a large pair of industrial scissors. To be precise, it was only half of a pair of pinking shears. The perpetrator used only one of the blades to commit the murders. The other blade was never found, even after a thorough search carried out by the police at the hospital and the perpetrator's home. If you're gonna get massacred, at least you're already in the hospital. Very professional writing for a summation of a massacre. Where have I heard this character before? The motive for the crime remains unknown. While in custody, the perpetrator remains silent throughout the whole of the investigation, never responding to the questions of the police or the public prosecutors. However, a single phrase alone was spoken, one which could be considered something of a clue. Right before her arrest, she had muttered something as she dropped her blood-stained blade. Oh dear. Okay, where is self? Cutting zigzags instead of a straight line. Interesting. Okay. Those were the details of the Awazumi Municipal Hospital indiscriminate murder case. Her name was Inubushi Kaiko. Her age at the time of the incident, 17. That's your favorite character? Her age at the time of the incident, 17. She's 19 now. Oh, Keiko, thank you. Even though she was a minor, a crime so brutal would normally result in a penalty comparable to capital punishment, which she would have no way of avoiding. However, her circumstances differed from the norm. In the end, she was found innocent. Huh? Ah, okay. The Judiciary Department's final verdict stated that Inubushi Keiko, now I know, was suffering from DID, dissociative identity disorder. That is to say, multiple personalities. Penal Code Article 39, those suffering from insanity will not be prosecuted. Those who are mentally handicapped will receive a lighter sentence. She is currently being held for observation at a certain medical facility. Specified psychiatric hospital for isolation in Aegis. Alias, Sphia. Oh, I bet we'll never hear that again. Specialized psychiatric hospital for isolation in Aegis. They just wanted a cool acronym. There's no other reason they put Aegis. Since the revision of the penal code in 2007, special psychiatric hospitals were constructed in various regions across the country. The purpose of these facilities is to administer proper treatment to those who are suffering from mental illnesses and have committed serious crimes so that they can be reintegrated into society. The layout of these facilities and the course of treatments there are undisclosed to respect the privacy of the patients. All that's known about these facilities are their locations. The sphere in which Inubushi Keiko is institutionalized is located on Aosagi Island. Oh god, there are ones in other ones. Sphere just doesn't sound as cool. Could have just used assistance. No, the Aegis is going to be super important 3 hours from now, Sundown. Don't worry. Located approximately 5 kilometers west of Rebun Island, Aosagi Island was uninhabited until the construction of Sphia. It possesses no airport, and the only way to get there is by a boat which departs from Wakanai Harbor on an irregular basis. Normally, entry to the island without a government-issued permit is prohibited. Normally. Like the shield Athena used. Well, I mean, yeah, it just is shield. Hello, Anna. Hope you're well. I was Mia and must have rated in with Zero. Well, welcome on in. I hope you're well. Welcome to a visual novel. That is my journey's destination. I got on this plane for the purpose of meeting her.
Inubushi Keiko.
Inubushi Keiko. No matter how many times I read that file, it always makes me shiver inside. I guess if you choose to major in criminal psychology, it's necessary to accept the reality of what happened objectively and calmly. But the emotions that are burning within my chest aren't something I can easily suppress. Without any hesitation, that girl had killed many innocent people in the cruelest, most perverse ways imaginable. She had even taken the life of an innocent child. No matter how... All of us are dead. The child's the kid that we're talking to right now. We're actually in heaven. The feather is actually an angel. There's my prediction. I've got it. I have this shit on lock. I know what's going on. No matter how crazy she is, I just can't bring myself to forgive her for what she's done. To be honest, I'm filled with an intense hatred for Inubushi Keiko. Alright, the kid's growing on me. The elementary school student murdered back then was just 9 years old. If he was still alive, he'd be right around uni's... Okay, never mind. Scratch that. They're making it way too obvious. Never mind. It's not that anymore. I don't know what it is anymore. He'd be right around uni's age now. The thought makes my chest tighten as I watch uni play on innocently. In the corner of the room, engulfed in darkness, a young girl sits on the floor, hugging her knees. Her tiny back trembles ever so slightly. She sobs quietly, A young boy puts his hand on her shoulder. She glances up at the boy with her tear-filled eyes and flings herself into his arms, embracing him tightly as if afraid he'll disappear the moment she lets go.
怖い怖いよ
She keeps crying as she holds on to him with all her strength. The boy gently runs his fingers through her hair. It's okay. He whispers softly into her ear. There's nothing to be afraid of. Because no matter what happens, I'll be here to protect you.
違うの違うんだよ
The words leave her trembling lips as she nervously shakes her head.
私が怖いのは私
Oh,
私が怖いんだもん
still. I'll prove that I can protect you forever, no matter what.
無理だよ絶対に無理だって私はじゃあも
Her slender fingertips dig deep into the boy's back.
う殺しちゃうから
Oh. No meaty. Oh. Abruptly, there's an unexpected noise, and then the inside of the plane loses gravity. Okay, 1 for 1 so far. The file on my lap slowly flutters into the air before me, hangs for a moment, and then abruptly crashes to my feet. Once again, the file's smooth flight continues as if it's drifting on ice. As soon as that thought crosses my mind, the plane is once again pulled down with a frightening strength, as if it wants to take us down into the bowels of the earth. Screams can be heard from every direction whenever the cabin shakes. And mingled with the screams, an undercurrent of fear saturates the air.
心怖いよ
Oh, now we're on fall down. Oh dear. Okay. I should be building a flowchart. Hold on. I'm gonna do a little build my own flowchart action. We had, let's skip 2 pages. We had angel something, question mark. And then that went to Alpha and Omega. Alpha and Omega. Now we're in Burn Down. Alright, surely this can't go wrong. You did that too? Hell yeah! Burn Down. Wasn't it Burn Down? Isn't that what it said? Oh, I got burned on the mind. There was something down. Uni clings tightly to my chest. Hey, do me a favor, right click. Fall down. I got fire on the mind, man. Oh no. All scenes, 1%. Oh dear. Oh, that's not good. Did I remember? Nope. I put fall in capital letters. Just finished the shift. Congratulations. You know what we're gonna do? We'll save. Heaven is here. Yeah, it's about to be here. I placed my arm around his shoulder and tried to calm him down.
ねえ去年1年間に国内で発生した交通事故による死亡者の数って知ってる
Okay, this is not how I would calm someone down.
ざっと1万人前後
Why? This is a... You're terrible at this.
地震台風 落雷、雪崩、その他の自然災害によって不運にも命を落とした人の数は128人。水難事故による死者の数は毎年1000人以上。殺人事件の発生件数は平均して年間1250件。
She's really bad at this. Every time I click, I expect her to make a point. She's like, all right, new death statistic. I should be afraid of avalanches right now versus every day we stray further.
それに対して航空機の墜落事故発生率はというと 0.0001%。 これが何を意味するのかユニくんわかる？
That means that the plane we're currently in is statistical improbability, which means we have nothing to worry about.
つまり地上にいるよりもむしろ空中にいた方が安全だってこと。どう？安心したでしょ？
Uni beats us half to death. He simply buries his face in my chest as he trembles all over. The bell in the clock tower echoes solemnly. I check my wristwatch. 4 p.m. sharp. The clock tower tells the time with not a second of deviation. A metallic sound like the coarse voice of an aged man alerts me of the hour at hand. Snow dances violently to the sound of the bell as the raging winds stir it. Though what I see are twinkling and sparkling particles of light. An infinite number of angels dancing and rejoicing at the advent of a great gospel. Hey, Mr. Zoram.
待ってろよ。もうすぐだ。もうすぐお前に。
A bolt of lightning shrieks across the ominous sky. The sound of the heavy bell is denied by a roar filled with rage. The thunder continues resounding in succession, 2 times, 3 times. The earth shakes in unison each time, letting out a hateful groan. The flashes illuminate the sky with pale light. Then, a shadow that I can't miss appears in the light. The shadow comes up from behind me and stretches towards my feet.
誰だ？
The cabin of the plane pitches violently back and forth, as if giant waves are making sport of a small boat. The passengers, powerless to do anything, let out pitiful screams. In the midst of it are voices crying, voices screaming, voices praying. I look out the window. I wonder when we fell to our current altitude. The world outside has turned a muddled gray. The tips of the airplane's wing go beyond the fog covering my field of vision. The wings are now bending inward like a huge bow might, looking as if they could break off any second. I quickly pull Uni off me. I push him into his seat and tighten his seatbelt with all my
もしも
strength.
何かあったらこうやってダンゴムシみたいに丸くなるのよ。いい？もしもってどういうこと？
It means my statistics have not seemed to prove that we are safe.
この飛行機落ちちゃうの？墜落しちゃうの？大丈夫よ。大丈夫だけど念のためね。やだやだ！怖いよ、心！
Uni clings tightly to me once more. I forcefully push his shoulders back against the seat and try to calm him down
ユ
again.
ニくん、お願いだからお姉ちゃんの言うこと聞いて。ちゃんと自分の席に座ってるの。わかった？どうして？なんでダメなの？心、どっか行っちゃうの？僕を置いてかないで。一人ぼっちにしないで。
We're gonna go pilot the plane.
ど
Oh,
こに
never
も行
mind.
ったりしないわよ。降ろしてくれって頼んでも無駄だろうしね。
Even if I asked them to let me get off, it's not like they would. Kokoro. We're in the sky. I know that's what you're saying. But why say it?
ほら、男の子でしょ。そんな泣きそうな顔するんじゃないの。約束通りちゃんと手繋いでてあげるから。
I firmly clench Uni's hand. Large teardrops tumble from Uni's watery eyes. For an instant, a flash of lightning rushes through the sky outside the window. A thunderous, snapping, crunching roar follows. Okay, that was 3 adjectives, but they didn't have one of the commas, so I was really... Okay, we're good. I got that. I reflexively turned my eyes downward. The file is at my feet. The white page before me is illuminated by the lightning. This is her doing! I turn around, shouting as forcefully as I can. There's the faint shadow of a person in front of the door. However, the fierce wind and the dancing snow prevent me from seeing who it is. Even the silhouette is impossible to make out through the thick white curtain of snow.
誰なんだ
I call out once again. The shadow gives no answer. It slowly moves closer. Feelings of fear and distress begin to grow inside of me. I backed up into a corner of the roof by the mysterious shadow as it slowly draws nearer and nearer. The shadow doesn't stop. Lightning bolts glitter in the distance like flames. The well-honed blade strikes the earth. A silhouette can be made out in the backlight. In an instant, I finally figure out what the shadow really is. Reeling from the greatest shock yet, the airplane sinks rapidly. By now, it's clear the crew has no control over the plane. The small craft loses its balance completely, writhing and twisting like a snake. The lights have died, darkness is all around, the sounds of shrieks and screams stab at my ears. A maddened passenger begins screaming. A strong jet of air can be felt blowing in from somewhere. The scent of oil penetrates my nose. In the next moment... Before I realize it, I'm dancing in the air. Released from all restraint. Time stops. The snowstorm stops. And I am swallowed by the pure white world. The particles of light dance around me. The sound of the bell still reverberates in the air. How many times is the bell going? As if it is reciting the beginning of a solemn ritual. Divinely, gently, ever so softly. I start to dissolve within the light. All my senses are disappearing. My vision is gone. As if it is slowly being peeled away, my consciousness departs me. A deep sleep soon arrives. My existence, I am now here. An explosion roars from a rift in the port side. In an instant, the aircraft is engulfed by raging flames. An ivory-colored mask falls from the ceiling. It slowly swings back and forth like the lifeless body of a conflict who's just been executed. Not like a pendulum or something, maybe, perhaps? This might be the end. I try to accept my coming fate. However, in my right hand, there's a small palm, strongly, desperately, calling for me. Even if it's only him that survives, I have to protect him. I won't let this warmth disappear from the world. True, at least she didn't say that aloud to the kid. I rapidly pull the oxygen mask over Yuni's face and forcefully push his head down to his knees. Our altitude continues to drop. The airplane struggles violently in the last-ditch effort at resistance. By now, the flames have reached the inside of the cabin and sadistically licking the ceiling, drawing ever closer to our heads. I hold Yuni's hand tightly. That's a crazy bank from a plane that has no control. Into a cliff. Oh. Hello there. I wasn't expecting an image. A moving image. Oh, he fell off the tower. Hey, I know this song. You too? I have a feeling we're gonna be seeing the inside of that cabin a lot. Oh! Oh! Don't get on the plane! That guy! Wood carbuncle shirt spotted. The labyrinth of memories that is killing me. Instinctively moved to press escape like we were still on the PowerPoint. In the bosom of motherhood. Okay. Motherhood bosom, I'll call this. Fall down. Plane crash. D colon. I had to ask for expert advice. Get the pros on it. Okay. So with VNs, because I'm reading a bunch, I need to make sure I'm drinking a ton of water, and I'm already out, so I will be right back. And this is like the perfect spot to. So, Fisher can give you his thoughts on the game so far. I'll be right back. Hey Fisher, don't fall down like that. I need my phone. Ugh. Okay. Ugh. Still mulling over what indeed means. Good luck. I slowly opened my eyes. An unfamiliar ceiling, the scent of a freshly washed pillowcase. Everything around me seems different from the norm. It's a bizarre feeling like I've never experienced before. A feeling that something is wrong, but I can't quite tell what. Where am I? I turn my head and look around. Some sort of room. A bed beneath my body. That's about all I can figure out. Everything else remains a mystery to me. I gather all my strength and try to get up from the bed I'm lying on. Intense pain immediately shoots through my body. I can't even understand where the pain is coming from. Every joint in my body, my muscles, my insides, all of them are crying out in excruciating pain. I writhe in agony.
どうしたの？ちゃんと寝てなきゃダメじゃない。
The door opens and the woman rushes into the room. She kneels down and gently helps me back into bed.
あなたは覚えてないの？
Enduring the pain coursing through my body, I take a closer look at the woman's
ご
face.
めんなさい。どこかでお会いしましたっけ？
She frowns as a confused look appears on her face.
あったわね。記憶喪失かしら。
Not amnesia.
記憶喪失？本当に何も覚えてないの？私のことやこの施設のこと。
Oh good, we're in a facility. I take a good look at the woman. Brown skin with ash brown eyes. Her features don't give you the impression that she's a typical Japanese person. Maybe she's half Japanese? In any case, I can definitely say that I haven't met her before.
本当にごめんなさい。いいのよ、謝らなくても。きっと頭をぶつけたのね。
We were in a fucking plane crash! We hit everything!
あんな高いところから落ちたんだもの。無理もないわ。
Falling? A shiver runs down my spine as that word leaves her mouth. The buried memories resurface one by one as a myriad of images rip through my mind. The plane filled with agonizing screams, the terrible explosion, the scorching crimson flames, the thick black smoke, and that tiny palm I held in my right hand. The palm pleading desperately for my help.
心、怖いよ。怖いよ。助けてよ、心。彼は、あの男の子はどこ？助かったの？助かったんでしょ？
I throw off my blanket and jump from the bed, but the next moment... A scorching pain once again runs through my body, draining any remaining strength that is left. And once again, I collapse back onto the bed.
もう、何やってるの？まだ動ける体じゃないのよ。
The look of hers, filled with love and affection, reminds me of the Virgin Mary. Okay. A gentle smile, so kind, so beautiful. A smile so charming, it even makes me slightly jealous of her. She carefully tucks me back into bed. Amazingly, when the palm of her hand touches my neck, the pain and anxiety started to subside.
ねえ、教えてください。私の隣に座ってた男の子はどうなったんですか？隣？隣って？
Is it really out of pocket, or is it just kind of like out of nowhere? Oh no. What do you mean beside you?
飛行機の墜落したあの飛行機のことですよ。私の隣に男の子が座ってたはずなんです。年齢は11歳。名前は楠田ユニ。
When I say that, her expression suddenly changes.
どうしてあなたが彼のことを知ってるの？
Oh yeah, he is dead. Oh my god, wait a moment. Hold on a second.
どうしてって言われても 偶然私の後ろに座ってたのが楠田ユニっていう
He
男の
was
子で
killed in a murder 2 years ago.
いい加減にしてよ。あなたたち一体何を企んでるの？
Okay, well, no, we're not gonna get told that already. Plotting? You people? I can't understand what she's saying. When our eyes meet again, her expression has become cold and stiff, and she stares at me sharply. There's no longer any trace of that Mary-like countenance to be seen anywhere on her
あ
face.
なた何者？ここに来た本当の目的は何？
I guess she was just supposed to be like really peaceful. I guess that would work with paranoia. I like looking at the track names now. I'm gonna keep doing that. Why are you really here? Why am I here? That's what I'd like to know. But who am I? Well, at least that's one question I can answer. I'm intimidated by her coercive attitude, but I'm able to lift my body and start talking to her.
私の名前は冬川心。墜落した飛行機に搭乗していた乗客のうちの。
Before I can finish, a strong slap flies across my cheek.
ふざけないでよ。冗談にしても程があるわ。
The woman's voice has become hoarse. Her fingers and hands shake as if an anger that's filled her to the brim has finally boiled over. I'm dumbfounded, with no idea as to what's going on. Just what has struck a nerve with her. Was she hurt by something I said?
なるほど。手の込んだことするわね。さっきから妙な言葉遣いをすると思って気になってたんだけど。要するにそれも演技のうちだったんだ。笑わせないでよ。霊媒師かシャーマンにでもなったつもり？そんな三文芝居で遠回しに探りを入れるぐらいだったら、はっきりと単刀直入に聞けばいいじゃない。あなた何もかも知ってるんでしょ。
What about I'm dancing. The mouse moves because of that. Oh yeah, we have the dancing mouse. Whee! Can't put heat on the soundtrack and not expect the mouse to dance a little bit. It could be a fun little game for you to follow it. Where's it gonna go next? I boldly opened my mouth. No, I figured it wasn't. Like we're all exactly. It's a laser pointer. Ooh, it's over here. Oh, almost got it. Almost. Oh. It's okay. Taylor can explain. I got you, Mr. Zorm. So what happened was, the game opened up. All right. I got you. I just, anyone ever needs a recap, okay? Don't do it too often because it's going to take some time. But I'll recap the game for anyone. So, Mr. Zorm, game opens up. All right. We are on a plane. Okay. Nothing bad could ever happen on a plane, you may say. And we are being sung to by a little child. Okay. Who finds a feather on us and Sherlock Holmes that we're 20 years old. After that, we talk to him for a little while. And then we open up our file because we carried a file with us onto the plane about a murder that happened at a hospital, right? In that hospital murder, a whole bunch of patients were brutally killed, okay? Just massacred by this, like, one girl, right? She was like 17. And she killed like a whole bunch of people. But she was found innocent because she is DID. And so she's been taken to a special facility to help try and like reintegrate her into society and figure out what's, you know, how to help her deal with it, whatever. Right as we finish reading the file, the plane is struck by, fill in the Mad Lib here, probably lightning, okay? And it just fucking out of the sky, right? Now, meanwhile, concurrently, we are another blonde guy in a big facility, okay? And we're really edgy, okay? Okay, that we're
多分あなたは何か勘違いして
I
るんだ
boldly
と
open
思
my
いま
mouth
す
and then I say that, but I'm still explaining, so it's okay. We're Satoru Yukido, okay? That's our other guy. That's the other guy we're playing as opposed to Kokoro. And he's going to the roof of a building. And on the roof of the building, he's plotting something at 4 o'clock, okay? 4 o'clock, he's plotting something. And when 4 o'clock rings, the clock tower in the middle of this facility, there's a snowstorm going on, by the way, okay, during this whole thing. At this facility, right? It strikes and a shadowy figure appears on the roof. Now, the plane crashes and there's a whole scene of us helping, you know, trying to stop the little boy from basically, you know, getting out of his like chair or whatever. And the guy we're playing as falls off the roof in the snowstorm. Right, cool. You're following me so far still. Now, we cuts to black, the opening plays, and then we wake up and this random lady's above us and we're explaining this to her and she hits us because we're lying to her because we're one of them. And that's where we are in the story. Sounds like a new Chikoshi game, all right. You understand everything? Perfect. Excellent. I expect a 500-word essay within the hour. I think that you're probably misunderstanding something.
お願いだからそんな白々しい演技はやめて。演技なんかしてません。じゃあどういうつもりなのよ。なんで冬川心なんて名前を。
Because that's... Oh. Is that not me now?
だってそれは私の本名だからです。私は救命艦女子大3年の冬川心。稚内へと向かう飛行機に乗ってる途中で事故に遭遇して。やめて。あなたが冬川心なわけないでしょ。
She declares firmly. Her face distorts in agony. Tears of desperation well in her ash brown eyes.
でも
As I'm trying hard to hang on and gather my own strength, she hits me with something I in no way expect.
死んだ人間のふりなんかして何が楽しいの。この後に及んでまだとぼけるつもり。冬川心という女の子はもうこの世界には存在しないの。
Well, that's a problem because we're her.
彼女は死んだのよ。もちろんあなたもそのことを知ってるはず。そんな。
Oh, I thought she was done. Whoops, sorry. Dead? What does she mean by dead? I'm right here, aren't I? I'm still alive. Right here. Right now. Aren't I? I'm pretty certain I'm still alive. Why would she make up a lie like that? Yes, a lie. She must be lying. But even as I think that, no matter how hard I try, I can't fight off the chill creeping up my back. I can't find a single word to say. My mind goes completely blank.
とにかくあなたが何を企んでるのかはまだわからないけど、どうせ騙すんならもっとうまくやってほしかった。
Leaving me with a look of disdain, the woman walks towards the door.
それから一つだけ言っておくけど、
She stops at the door, then turns around and continues.
今さら計画を取りやめるつもりはないから
Oh, good. She has a plan.
邪魔しないで。
Great. Okay, well, we need to get in your way. In those quiet words she leaves behind, amongst other things, I can feel a distinct sense of sadness. I didn't check the title of that soundtrack. The closed off structure. We're in another section now. Oh, great. All right. My poor flowchart. The closed off structure. See, secretly, these are all actually completely out of order, and I need to place them into order through my expert logic and reasoning skills. Okay, well, that would make this really hard because the title popped up and then they immediately talk about the woman who just left in the last one. So that would be a problem. S tier quote pool. After the woman leaves the room, I become lost in my thoughts. So let's give it a little save. Right there. Beautiful. File 9. There are a lot of things I want to think through. However, I don't know where to start. I definitely don't have enough information to make sense of it all. I don't know anything yet. Where am I? Is Uni safe? Who is that woman? Are we in ocean's gray waves? If I ever want to find out, I can't just stay here, alone with my thoughts. I drag my injured body out of the room. The scene in front of my eyes is quite surprising. A modern dining table and a set of rather uncomfortable looking chairs. Looking around, I notice an induction cooker and a deep sink. Predestined to find the shores. It sounds like it. Oh, hold on. This is called Scheme. Behind that, there's an area that appears to be a living room. A sofa of clean, simple design stands in the center, and a huge plasma screen takes up the wall. The high ceiling and large window give off an air of openness, but the room itself is so straight and sharp that it feels very tense. It's a living area that doesn't feel lived in or warm.
何なのよこれ。
I had expected to see hospital trolleys everywhere, but it seems I was mistaken. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen any medical equipment since I stepped out of the room I woke up in. This place isn't a hospital. But if it isn't a hospital, what is it?
本当に何も覚えてないの？私のことやこの施設のこと。
Facility? Facility for what? Becoming more curious by the moment. I wander around the room aimlessly, inspecting it more closely. There's a glass window opposite the kitchen. The window reaches from the floor to the ceiling. Beyond the window spreads a darkness darker than black. Occasionally, sparkling lights can be seen floating downward, most likely snow. There isn't much more to be seen from that window, except for the reflection of the room I'm in. Something resembling a computer stands on a desk near a divider between the living area and the kitchen floor. It's something resembling a computer because there's no actual computer anywhere to be seen. Okay, excuse me. Well, I guess it's 2011. Well, they didn't have those Macs that were just the monitor back then, I don't think. I think that was a few years later. Never mind. Okay. No, you know what? I forgot the year we're in. Might be. It definitely did. Well, when did the game come out? The game came out in like 2004, didn't it? We could make the argument that they just hadn't dreamed it up yet. Well, I know it's 2011. When did the Macintosh all-in-one monitor come out? Because I'm with Fastidious here. We've done it. A 17-inch display monitor. Oh, wow. A keyboard and the mouse are all that stands on the slick white desk. The cables from the equipment make their way under the flooring. Oh my god, Uchikoshi predicted the Mac all-in-one. He fucking did it. Who's the other guy? So I can properly attribute him to also having half contributed to that. I gotta learn the new name. Nakazawa. Uchikoshi Nakazawa predicted the Mac all-in-one. It was elementary school, and I distinctly remember sitting my ass in the computer lab with a bunch of Macs playing pixel art 3D. We did it, chat. We invented computers unlike anything ever seen before. Well, someone did. There's a huge door for a front entrance and 4 other, more plain-looking doors. In the corner of the kitchen, there's also a staircase with a handrail leading somewhere downward. Oh god. Man. The giant open world. I know. I was just talking about this. Elden Ring 2 should take notes. How to really do an open world. After walking around the room with my wobbly legs, I tried to make out a floor plan in my mind. Could you imagine they release Elden Ring 2 and you boot it up? You know, you got the main menu chanting, you make your character, you click play, and it just immediately transfers you to a VN. That's Miyazaki's final boss. There's like a 15 decision tree loop you have to go through to get out of the poison swamp. Otherwise, it just takes you back to the beginning. After walking around the room on my wobbly legs, I tried to make out a floor plan in my mind. Although, with that said, this image is most likely far from perfect. Oh, good. And that woman that I saw before seems to have disappeared. My joints produce sharp bursts of pain whenever I move, but I don't feel like returning to the room I woke up in. I decide to... Oh no. A loop perchance. I get 60 saves. All right, let's use 2. Let's investigate the 4 doors. I decided to investigate the 4 doors. They're placed near the 4 corners of the square space that makes up the kitchen and the living area. The first door in the upper left corner of my plan is the door I came out of before, so there's no need to investigate it. There are 3 doors remaining. First, I decide to take a look behind the door to the right of the main entrance. That's over here. No one in here, but the white lamp hanging from the ceiling lights the room brightly. This room has no soul, so to say, but it feels as if there are definitely people living here. I quietly peek behind the wall sticking out on my right. There's no one here after all. Is it just my imagination? Thinking about that, I leave the room. Where should I go next? Okay, so that was one door. Let's go down the stairs. I decided to go down the stairs. Oh God. Ethereal girl. Down stairs. Ethereal girl. Apparently, this place is being used as a storeroom. There are provisions, fuel, medical supplies, miscellaneous daily supplies, all sorts of equipment, and so on. Evenly spaced and neatly placed on the shelves. There's a bare pipe stretching across the ceiling. There is a single window in the concrete walls. Well, it is a basement. If this is the basement, then that would mean the floor I was just on was the first floor. I'm only beginning to comprehend things little by little, but because I have no idea what's up with the situation I'm now in, even this is an important discovery to me. I hear a sound like a groan coming from somewhere. A low mechanical tone that shakes me to my core. I don't know what that sound is. Ignoring it for now, I slide in the spaces between the shelves, as if weaving myself through a crowd in rush hour. I'm living in an ethereal world, and I am an ethereal girl. Gorl. It's about as wide as the floor above. There aren't any places I can call interesting, and I don't think anyone can be hiding around here. Wait. I hear a faint sound. It sounds like a small animal running around. Perhaps a rat that settled in here? When it comes to rats, I can handle them. Okay, well, that's gonna be a choice. I can handle them. I wouldn't say that I can't handle rats. However, I have no interest in looking for one so I can capture it. I return to the first floor. Okay. Before I can finish climbing the stairs, I feel someone's presence. When I go out to the kitchen, I see the figure of a girl sitting in a dining chair. The girl has her head bowed. I can't make out her face from here, but I'm pretty certain she isn't the brown-skinned woman I met earlier. I try to loosen up.
すみません。
Calling out, I approach
ちょっ
her.
とお尋ねしたいことがあるんですけど。
The girl shows no reaction. She merely sits there without moving a muscle. It's as if she's been placed there the entire time, like a figure at a wax
あ
museum.
の、ごめんなさい。聞いてます？
I stand right beside her and bend over to take a look at her face. It's the murderer! I'm in the facility! I gasp sharply and jump back. Oh, what's this jam? Thanatos! I dash back to where the stairs are. Misstepping, my foot slips. I grip the handrail for a moment to regain my balance. My other hand is already covering my mouth. If not for that, I'd surely scream. That's impossible! Why? Why is that girl in a place like this? She turns as delicately as a ballerina to face me. There's no mistake. The girl in front of me is unmistakably her. That girl who murdered 12 innocent people in a hospital at Awazumi City. Inubushi Keiko. There's no way I can possibly forget that face. As if to say hello, Inubushi slightly nods her head. What's up with the pattern on the desk? Is it like for you to know where to put the plates? I think so. Yeah, I think what Twink said. I guess it's like a, oh, look at this decorated plate spot. There she is. They awkwardly return a nod. I have to say something. I know how I feel, but if it seems like I've completely forgotten how to speak out loud. Such situations are often attributed to a lump in the throat or the lips becoming too dry. But this is different. I've literally forgotten how to utter a word. In front of me is the serial killer who rewrote the definition of crime in Japan. I feel like if I let my guard down for even a moment, I can easily become her 13th victim. Hidden somewhere in the facility. Anyway, my heart is pounding hard, and my skin is tingling as if an electric current is running through it. The awkward silence continues. Inubushi keeps staring at me expressionlessly. Her face is devoid of any emotion. It's hard to tell if she's thinking anything at all. I try to hide my panic behind a calm smile. I don't think I'm much good at it, but my cheeks become stiff like plaster. Then, the girl returns the smile. It's a very natural, sincere smile. I let my guard down a bit. Of course, I understand that I still need to be careful. But after seeing such a gentle smile, there's really little I can do. Although my reasoning is trying hard to build up a strong, impenetrable wall, my instinctive curiosity gets the best of me. I'm climbing over that protective wall and taking a step forward in the danger.
イヌブシさん。あなた、イヌブシケイコさんですよね。
My voice quivers and gives away my nervousness. The girl stays silent, as if she doesn't understand what I just
イ
said.
ヌブシさんでしょ。
I ask the same question again, but the girl just tilts her head. It couldn't be a different person. No, that's impossible. She looks exactly like the girl from the photo in the file. I ask indirectly.
なんて言えばいいのか。あなたは淡住市で起きた。
That's not indirect! What? Hey, so, This is silly, I know. Like, totally just random thought I had. Did you murder 12 people? What did I expect? Anything! Common Kokoro L. Speech 0 out of 100.
ですよね。違いますか？
She looks as it, not even like, hey, my name's Kokoro. What's your name? That's what I expected. But then she shakes her head gently.
嘘でしょ？私知ってるんですよ。
Thank you, Sundown.
実はあの事件のことちょっと調べてて。
As if trying to gauge her reaction, I slowly stumble through that sentence. But Inubushi Keiko just keeps looking at me with her mouth shut. She doesn't even look the least bit flustered. She tilts her head as if in wonder and gives me a quick glance, then averts her gaze. She throws me another glance, and at that moment, as if having lost her temper, the girl stands up forcefully. She turns my way and starts walking vigorously towards me. Flinching, my face twitches as I shrink away. In what seems like a moment, she has my back up against the wall. And even then, the girl doesn't stop moving. Breaking through my protective wall and destroying all my warning sensors, she enters my personal space. Personal space, the region of space surrounding every person, which causes them discomfort and invade it, can be referred to as a human's territory. Thank you. Very cool. There's nothing more to be done. She's at a distance that makes any kind of resistance futile.
どうするつもり？
Immediately after I squeeze out those words, the girl firmly grasps both my shoulders. I try to scream. I take a deep breath. Before I can let out a sound, the girl covers my lips with her palm. It's all over. I brace myself and squeeze my eyelids tightly shut. Nothing happens. Timidly, I open my eyes. Oh. Now that I look carefully, her face looks as if she's on the verge of breaking down in tears. Her moist pupils seem to be eagerly appealing to me for something. Just what is this supposed to mean? New song. Anxiety. I don't know what's going on, but at least I don't feel any danger or hostility. My stiff body slowly regains its power to move. At the same time, the girl removes her hand from my lips.
何が言いたいの？
While giving me a look, which is apparently asking me for something, the girl shakes her head back and forth.
どうしたの？
Even when trying to ask for something, the girl speaks no words. Again, all she does is shake her head.
それじゃわからないじゃない。何か言ってよ。
The girl points to her own throat. While doing so, her other hand is flapping and waving as if fanning the air. A gesture? If that's it, this action probably means...
声が出ないってこと？
Yes, 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 the girl nods over and over again. In short, she isn't able to speak, but the file didn't mention this fact at all. As I turn over my thoughts, the girl sticks the palm of her hand out toward me. Wait here is what this probably means.
わかったけど。
Please tell me she gets like a book or something to write with.
どこ行くの？
Without answering, the girl leaves my side. She looks around the kitchen restlessly, in search of something. Suddenly, looking as if she's found something, she runs to one of the doors in the four corners of the room. The girl's figure disappears behind the door. It's a room I've entered before. After a short time, the girl jumps out of the doorway. Looking flustered, she waves at me.
何かあったの？
I rush over to her. Ow, 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 ow. The pain I've forgotten about assaults me, and I almost fall to my knees. Somehow rallying my strength, I manage to reach the open door. The girl goes inside, as if calling for me to come with her. There's nobody inside the room besides us. Nothing has changed since I've last been here. After I've glanced around the room, I tilt my head toward Inubushi Keiko. She has a black felt tip pen in her right hand and the size A6 memo pad in her left. She most likely found them somewhere in this room. She pushes the memo pad against the wall and starts to write with the black felt tip pen. Before she finishes writing, I take a peek at what she's written. I can make out the following. There are lots of things I want to tell you, but before that, look over here, over there, over there. With the tip of the pen, she points to the corner of the room. There's nothing that feels particularly special about that area. Stretching, she holds the pen high. The tip of the room points towards a bed on the other side of the room. Is she trying to say there's someone hiding over there? Feeling uneasy, I advance toward the back of the room, following her directions. I go around to the side of the bed facing the window and stop. It was at that moment. Something wriggling jumps into my field of vision. Instinctively, I turn my head toward it. Oh, hey, how you doing? Okay, well, hello, child that looks exactly like Uni, but probably has a different name. What's this area? What's this thing's name? Youth behavioral disorders. Okay, that's a mouthful. We're going to call it youth behavior. Youth behavior. Box. BGM. Oh, that's a new song. Dot, dot, or dash, 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 dash. We save these? Nope. This song's my favorite. I blurted out spontaneously. Take a closer look. There's no mistaking it. Sitting in front of me is Uni, the boy I've been searching for so desperately. Wrapped up in a blanket, Uni sits crouched in the narrow space between the bed and the wall. We're drinking a lot of water tonight, Jesus. As I kneel down in front of him, I put my hands on his shoulders. But my palms feel as real. He's alive, right here and now. I give thanks from the bottom of my heart for this blessing. My heart is racing from the joy of our reunion. A feeling of excitement runs through my body, powered by the hot blood charging through my veins. I can no longer hold myself back. My body rushes toward him. I want to hold him tightly in my arms, but... Who? The one word escaping from his lips stops me dead in my tracks. Oh, oh God. We hallucinated everything. My voice is high and shrill with confusion. Uni's hollow, lifeless eyes are staring off somewhere. They appear lost, not focused on anything in particular. Well, that means we're new here. Or he's new here. I swallow the words I'm going to say, stopping the middle of my sentence. I suddenly realize something. This situation, this conversation, they're all too similar to those which took place a short while ago, with that woman who appeared in the room. I have no idea who she is, but it seems like she knows something about me. And now, although I clearly remember Uni, he doesn't seem to have any clue as to who I am. Although the roles are switched, the situation is basically the same. Now that I think about it, that woman's expression only changed when I mentioned the name, Kusuda Uni. And now, the person right in front of me also questioned me as to why I know his name. What the heck is going on? Is it a bad idea for me to admit I know Uni in this place? I look at him again. His eyes are pointed somewhere behind me, as if they're staring at something far away. His expression is devoid of all emotion, like that of a faded and dried up dog. In my head, I can still remember how he played so innocently and cheerfully with a small stuffed bear. I feel as if I've just lost something incredibly precious to me.
その方が幸せかもしれない。幸せ？あの機内で起きたこと。私だって記憶を消したいぐらいだもん。ちょっと待ってください。さっきから言ってることがよくわからないんですけど。
Oh man. Me for real, for real.
僕忘れてなんかいませんよ。あの飛行機に乗った時のことから落ちた時のことまで全部覚えてるんです。
I was never there. It takes a while for me to digest his words. In short, what that means is, Eni remembers everything about the flight and the crash. However, he has no memory of
とに
me.
かくあなたは何か誤解してるんだと思います。
Misunderstanding. I'm pretty sure I couldn't, or I can't have gotten anything mixed up. I'm very certain I know Uni.
一つ聞いてもいいですか？
Here's where we look in the mirror and we're actually the other dude or something. My thoughts are interrupted by his
この
whispering.
人たちはどうなったんですか？あなたもあの飛行機に乗ってたんでしょ？
I'm unable to speak. Okay, no, now I'm just really confused. My confusion has left me at a loss for words. Well, I'm never at a loss for words. As it is, of course, this question doesn't make things any easier for me. My memory stops at the point just before the crash. I probably lost consciousness from the immense impact. When I came to, I found myself on the bed in that strange room.
そうですか。
He seems to have made sense of something simply by listening to my silence. His lips tremble as he mumbles something. He goes pale, his expression clouding over. From his pupils, large round teardrops start to form and shake haphazardly, sparkling in the light. It looks as if he hasn't lost any of his emotions after all. He's just tried to seal them up deep in his heart. And not noticing something majorly, you know, no big deal. Glad there are no mirrors about.
ごめんなさい。何か分かったら教えてもらえますか？実は僕、ある人を探してるんです。
Okay, well then we're not that person.
心って名前の人。
Wow, we.
名字は確か冬川だったと思います。
I can't believe my ears. A chill runs through me. I can't stop myself from trembling. So if it isn't just that brown-skinned woman who's acting strange, even Uni doesn't recognize me as Fuyukawa Kokoro. No. Whatever, the real name. Kokoro, yeah, I got it. I don't know why I doubted myself there for a sec. To have my whole existence simply denied like this is frightening, to say the least.
どうしたんですか？
Uni asks in a delicate voice. Well, this didn't go well last time. So you know what we're gonna do? That's right, we're gonna save. And we're gonna keep our fucking mouths shut. There's no way for me to come up with a response. What would it take for him to realize that I'm Fuyukawa Kokoro? Oh, Kokoro messed it up this time. I'm gonna stay silent, but she's not gonna stay silent instead. I can't quite make out Uni's expression at the moment.
なんでもないの。
It's all I have to just mutter that. Uni tilts his head curiously. His nonchalant gesture makes my chest tighten and my heart feel another short, constricting burst of pain. I can't endure any more of this. I can't stay here anymore. I turn my eyes away from Uni and
それ
speak.
じゃあ私行くね。突然こんなとこに来ちゃったりしてごめんなさい。でも君に会えて嬉しかった。
Leaving him with those words, I stand up. As I did so, delusive consciousness amb. I bet that stands for ambience. I saw a window in front of me. I could see outside through the curtains. Darkness reigns outside. So the beautifully polished glass has nothing to show but the reflections of the objects inside the room. Of course, those aren't the only thing that can be seen there. My own appearance is faintly floating in, painted hazily in the darkness. Huh? I think that maybe I'm hallucinating. I close my eyes and open them again, but what I had first thought was an illusion doesn't want to disappear from the slick glass surface. Yeah, here's the mirror. Perfect. A cold sweat runs down my back. I want to scream. I want to shout. I want to let it all out. But something is stopping me. It feels as if something is stuck inside my throat. Panicking, I hastily try to reaffirm what I've seen. Back to Thanatos. I'm wearing clothes I don't recognize at all. And it isn't just my clothes that seem alien to me. The 10 brutish fingers, the well-defined blood vessels crisscrossing the back of my hand, the rugged body. I run my fingers through my hair, only to notice that its length and texture don't feel like mine at all. Still not grasping the situation, I swallow hard and turn to Uni, almost crying out.
ねえ、鏡持ってたわよね。鏡？持ってるでしょ？ポケットに入ってるはずよ。なんで知ってるの？いいから早く貸して。
Still confused, Uni quickly takes out his folding mirror. I rapidly snatch it and stare at it intently.
嘘。どうして？
Oh! To say I'm astounded would be a gross understatement. Kokoro's become a sexy anime man. Reflected in the mirror is the face of an unfamiliar man.
なの私じゃない。私じゃない。私じゃない。私じゃない。私じゃない。
I desperately grope that face, searching for the features which are no longer there. Matching those movements, the man's face also distorts.
なんなのよ、これ。どうして？なんでこんなことに？
The eyes of the man in the mirror bulge like a lunatic's. How do you not notice? I'm gonna say that the airplane crash, like full body pain, okay, means that she just felt bad. She's still talking in her voice. All right, streamer prediction moment. This is so easy that it's a free one. I'm still gonna get it wrong. The reason she's still talking in her voice is because we're going to eventually swap back to our real body, and then we're gonna play as him in his body and him in her body. And if we didn't swap the voices, it would be so confusing to try and keep track who's who. There you go. Swizzle prediction. He's looking straight into my eyes. I can't bear it anymore. I violently clamp the mirror shut and throw it against the wall with all the strength I have. That's rude. I fall to my knees. Oh, hey, look, it's an Earthbound boss. I fall to my knees, letting out a low moan. My nerve endings have gone dull. Senses numbed. All my thoughts thrown into the pits of chaos and assaulted by raging doubt and uncertainty. Who is that man? Am I that man? If that's me, then where did the me I used to be go? Who am I? My mind or my body? Which one is the real me? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. What's her name didn't kill anybody. She swapped with a murderer. Okay? She swapped with a murderer, and the murderer killed everybody, and then she got back in control of her body. I've got it now. I've figured it out. Yep. I've put it together. You can't grasp the true form of Kokoro's attack. Nor can you grasp the description of my own. The morbogenetic field. It's a Morbius movie reference. Can I explain again? Keiko is not a murderer. She was body swapped with a murderer, and when she came back, that's when she's talking to the police and is like, does the whole where am self thing, okay? And that's when she comes back into her body, and why she's all nice and fine now, because she's not the real killer. We have to find the killer. It's a murder mystery. In space-time, it's never been done before. Here we go. I don't know. Something has gone horribly wrong. This world isn't the world I know anymore. Now that I think about it, ever since I woke up, I've been feeling a strange, uneasy sense of, for lack of a better word, incompatibility. Now I finally know the reason why. It feels as if the world is starting to reject me, and slowly, I begin to disappear. Overwhelmed by loneliness and isolation, my own existence feels fragile. Anxiety takes over. Everything that I am is replaced by a fear which makes me want to scream out in desperation. I lose consciousness. Oh, great Sephiroth. Oh, God. Our master. Oh, no. Fuck. Here's the game telling me that I'm horrifically wrong. Oh, no. Oh, great. Sephiroth. Sephiroth. Anyway. I have a dream. To me, who has lost all sense of time, the dream feels both eternal and momentary. There is no light. I can't see anything. I can only hear a pleasant, steady pulse, like an unborn child floating in the amniotic fluid, wrapped up in a calming and safe warmth. It feels as if all my sins have been forgiven. All the anxiety and horror within me melts and slowly diffuses into the amniotic fluid, disappearing without a trace. I let my body go with the flow as I drown in the ever-present warmth and lose myself in ecstasy. Here, it feels like I'm the only absolute and all-powerful existence. I am at the center of the universe. I don't want to think about anything else anymore. I just want to stay like this, forever. I don't care if it's just a dream, even if it's just a tranquil illusion. It's one which I prefer to that horrible reality. But a dream will never be more than the dream, which one must eventually awaken from. And without any warning, that moment of awakening comes violently. I'm forcibly dragged back into reality, bursting out of the empty space. Without enough time to give even a baby's first cry, I am born into a new world. In front of me is a small square glass window, which I can conveniently use to look at myself and realize I'm back to normal. The open palm of my right hand is pressed up against the glass. Oh, see, he was having his own fucking freak out in this mirror a minute ago. I lower my palm from the window. A palm print remains clearly visible on its cloudy white surface. I wiped it off with my sleeve, and a familiar image appears. Me. I feel dazed. My head is cloudy. However, I can clearly understand that the image reflected in that window pane is my own. It's the same face I have had for 20 years now. There's no way I can be mistaken. As soon as I realize this, the haze in my mind immediately disappears. I look down, check my clothes, look at my palms, and stare at the backs of my hands for a few moments. The fingers of both my hands trace the contours of my face, feel the texture of my skin, and run through my hair, checking its length on their way through. It springs up and down. There are dull pains in my neck and hip, but it isn't all that bad compared to the pain I felt before. I stretch my arms out as wide as I can. I take a series of deep breaths and start speaking out loud. Oh no, it's not going to be that simple. Even though it was just a dream, I feel really happy to be back in my own body again. As I look into my reflection, a smile surfaces on it. Satisfied, I turn around. I'm going to right click to look at the music title, Anima, and it's just going to say all scenes 100%. Oh shit, okay, my bad. This is where Yosh informs me that this is actually just like Ultimact. It's a terrible fucking game he actually hates, but he really wanted to make me suffer. through thinking, through the build up to it. Would be very funny, not gonna lie. Yosh hates Ultimate. No, this is an adjacent thing. No one can hate Ultimate. That game is indescribably perfect. As I look at my reflection, a smile surfaces on it. Satisfied, I turn around. Ah, hello, strangers. Before me are the figures of an unfamiliar man and woman. The words I blurted in surprise hang in the silent air. I suddenly feel very awkward and give a slight shrug. The source of the awkwardness is the words that just came out of my mouth. I didn't stop to think that I might not be the only person in the room. I try to relieve the tension with these meaningless words while simultaneously attempting to analyze the situation I find myself in. First of all, where am I? As I take a look around, I can see that everything, including the roof, the floor, and the walls, is made out of wood. From where I stand, I can see a double bunk bed on the right and a doorway to the left. Near the wall across the room stands a wooden table, along with a few simple chairs made from chopped logs. By the wall beside me is a rustic stove made out of old welded oil barrels. I can hear a crackling sound, most likely produced by the red-hot logs burning inside the stove. Fluffy clouds of white steam rise from the tin kettle placed upon the stove. Considering how large the double bunk bed is, the floor of the room would probably fit 12 tatami mats. It might actually be one tatami larger, but the window embedded in the wall is so tiny that it makes the room feel rather cramped. Mountain hut? I forgot that a tatami mat's like a standard measuring size. Like they have like a specific, like, it's like that there's one size for it. I mean, not like... Well, actually, yeah, just like that. I can't think of any other possibilities. I look out the window to make sure. There's only the featureless, depthless darkness spread out as far as the eye can see. There isn't anything that can provide me with a clue. It isn't the case that I can't see anything. Snow. I stare deeply into the depths of the darkness, but I can only perceive the outline of the powdery snow's violent dance. Crystals of ice decorate the edges of the window. These scant clues don't give me any idea of where we are, but this is definitely no southern island paradise. All right, so this is the craziest comparison. You'll never hear this comparison ever again. But the only thing going through my mind right now is we're looking out in the snow ice thing on the top of a mountain. Is that level in Jake and Sherry's campaign in RE6 with the snowmobiles, like the actual worst level in that game, is all I can picture in my mind as we describe this mountain, this mountain villa, or vista, I should say, not villa. Then it hits me, cold, and it isn't just your average cold. My body is freezing to its core, not to make me want to hug the barrel stove behind me. Beside me. The voice makes me turn around. Man looks worried as he watches over me. That I'm all right isn't something I can honestly say. Being suddenly seized by this freezing cold with two completely unfamiliar people in front of me. Just who are these people? What is this song? Charming. Chaining. Data. The man in front of me wears a hooded jacket. His short-trimmed hair is casually fallen into disarray. There's a sparse amount of stubble growing around his mouth and chin, and his prominent cheekbones give him a dauntless appearance. His body is in good shape. His figure is trim. That being said, by no means is he thin. The muscles on his shoulder and chest are toned to the degree that their contours are visible through his clothes. If anyone asked me, I'd have to say that he has an extremely manly, strong body. In contrast to this aura of strength that his body exudes, his eyes seem to be doing a poor job of hiding his overwhelming sadness. The woman, she is crouching in front of the stove. Wrapped up in the many layers of blankets like an empress in her robes, her hands grasp a steel cup. Her eyes aren't on me, but staring aimlessly at the contents of the cup. However, it doesn't seem as if she's avoiding eye contact intentionally. Her garments are covered by the blankets, so I can't tell what she's wearing underneath. I can only see her dark brown high heels. They aren't well suited for a place like this. And her shoes aren't all that look out of place. The woman with her hair in an updo gives off an air of calm sophistication. Would it be an exaggeration to say she's from high society? Surrounded by the drum stove, the tin kettle, and the assorted timber, her appearance is particularly conspicuous. The man looks as if he's in his mid-30s, while the woman appears to be in her late 20s. Welcome back, Mike. What is this game? This is a game that Uchikoshi, the guy who made Zero Escape and Isomnium, made in partnership with Nakazawa. Do I remember the name already? I don't think I do, but we're gonna guess that. In 2004, that Yosh kinda likes, and I figured I'd just get it out of the way, you know. Nakazawa, there it is. So far, we've swapped bodies. Of course, that's just my estimate. They could be older or younger. Anyway, I think it was clear that both of them are older than me. First off, well, the man spoke to me, so it'd be rude not to say something back to him. Let's save. Oh, we're in Liberation of Self? I missed that. Oh, God. Okay. This flowchart is not very good. It's already going back up because my page is so small. All right, we'll talk to the man. Try talking to the man.
すみません。
Who are you? No, where are we? No, who are you?
あなたは誰ですか？
おいおい、忘れちまったのか。
He folds his arms, appearing frustrated.
ついさっき教えたばかりだろ。
Just now, what does he mean? I wait for him to
本
continue.
当に大丈夫か。
大丈夫って。
いや、そのなんというか、こんなことを言っては失礼かもしれないが、君の様子は。
Raising one of his eyebrows, he quickly turns his gaze away and continues.
怒らないでくれよ。君はさっきからずっと挙動不審な言動を続けている。突然わけのわからない言葉を発したり、暴れたり叫んだり、独り言をぽつりとこぼしたり。かと思うと、今度は不意に塩らしい素振りを見せたりして。まあ、あの時の衝撃で精神的に相当なダメージを受けたのだとは思うが。
あの時？
そうだ。飛行機が墜落した時のことだよ。
So he did survive. Crash. Did I already forget what had happened up until now? The dream was almost a hallucination that felt like it occurred in reality. That's not the case. It was a dream. Then the crash. What happened to the other passengers? Was Uni saved? Although I can't be sure and feel a tinge of uneasiness for some reason, I'm not really all that worried. Though I'm still in a rather strange state of mind, I'm definitely much calmer than the me in that dream. There's a mysterious feeling of confidence in me, a feeling that Uni is definitely alive somewhere.
やはりそうか。君は墜落の時のことを覚えていないんだね。
いえ、そんなことありません。ちゃんと覚えてますよ。全部。
I reply immediately. Surprised, he tilts his head.
覚えてる？本当に？
ええ。
だけど君はさっき。まあいいか。とにかく座りなさい。何か温かいものでも飲むかい？かなり長い間意識を失ってたからね。喉も渇いてるだろう。
Oops, sorry. He walks over to the table and picks up a steel cup. With one hand, he gestures for me to take a seat. I pass behind the woman who's wrapped up in the blankets and sit down at the table with my back to the wall. Yeah, I mean, nice of him too.
どういうことですか？
何が？
The man stands near the stove. grabs the tin kettle and pours some hot water into the cup.
私のこと挙動不審だって言ったじゃないですか。
うん、言ったね。仕方がないだろう。
そういうことじゃないんです。理由を聞いてるんですよ、私は。
理由か。
A reason, huh?
説明してあげてもいいが、その前にまずはこれを飲みなさい。
Oh. He places the cup in front of me. I take a peek inside the cup and see a reddish orange liquid swaying lazily
何
within.
ですか？
カモミールティーだよ。
Chamomile. My favorite.
倉庫で見つけたやつだから、賞味期限の保証はできないけどね。
He glances briefly at the corner of the room. There's an open rectangular hatch there. The hole is right next to the door. There's a ladder there. We can't see inside from here, but that's most likely the storeroom right below us.
カモミールには鎮静作用があるんだ。
なるほど。要するに気持ちを落ち着けろと。
ま、そういうことだね。
I'm not particularly agitated or excited at anything, but it is true that my throat is dry, so there's no reason to refuse the offer. Just as he suggested, I bring the cup to my lips.
でも美味しいかも。
A refreshingly gentle aroma similar to that of green apple tickles my nose. The hot liquid makes its way down my throat, gently warming my body to its core. I'm alive again would be the expression that best describes the way I feel.
よかった。その笑顔のことだよ。笑った君を見たのは初めてだからね。
Now that he mentions it, my face does feel like it's smiling. It's a little embarrassing. The steam rising from the cup slips into my nose as I start
ご
talking.
めんなさい。もう一度だけ聞いてもいいですか？名前。さっきは教えたばかりだって言ってましたけど。
He sits down at the table, across from me. Thank you, Mike. Next chapter change. I'm gonna get more water. His mouth is open and he's laughing. That's what exactly is so funny. I don't quite understand why he's laughing, but I don't really mind it. And his laugh doesn't seem the least bit
無
ill-intentioned.
理もないさ。あんな出来事が起こった後なんだ。こうして普通に喋っていられることの方が不思議なくらいだよ。
You know what this music reminds me of the Balatro music a little bit. When it does the little like this part right here. Just from a jacket pocket, he takes out a creased and crumpled pack of cigarettes, along with a silver lighter. Can't believe they stole from Remember11. Local Thunk, what were you thinking? He taps the cigarette out of the pack and places it in his mouth. He handles the lighter incredibly naturally, snapping it open with ease. After the crisp metallic sound fades, a red flame softly flickers into being, carrying the flame close to the tip of the cigarette. He exhales in a puff of purple smoke. What? Yo, what fucking like dolled up cigarettes are you smoking?
よもぎ誠治だ。
Man's got that Saint Trina's roll. What the fuck do you mean purple smoke? Yomogi Seiji.
よろしくな。
Chaining Beta. He places the cigarette in his left hand and extends the other to me in greeting. I gladly shake it. His palm is so thick and rugged that it's as if he were made of rock. And then... suddenly, a loud noise. Acting on instinct, I pull my hand back defensively.
どうしたんだ？大丈夫か？
The man who had introduced himself as a Yomogi shouts into the corner of the room. There in the corner was the square hole I saw just a few moments ago.
ああ、大丈
Oh, who is this gonna be? Probably chemical in the cigarette that's causing it. I think what cigarettes are gonna do that? That's right. We put it in the square hole. This is the kid. A voice can be heard coming from inside the hole. A familiar voice. It can't be. I shoot up from my seat.
また例の発作じゃないだろうな。
I don't have time to answer. Before I can even think, my body springs into action. Clinging to the ladder, I glide down along it and descend to the basement. Okay, hold on. Okay, there's another fucking chapter. Youth personality development? Okay. My boxes aren't even the same size. Fuck it, this one's gonna be a rhombus. Alright, we got the rhombus box going. My intuition was right. As a thought, Uni's alive. He looks at me vacantly. Dozens of logs for the stove are scattered at his feet. Ooh, we're time traveling. Oh no, not timeline stuff. Oh wait, this isn't in order anymore. Oh no. So that means that means fall down goes to, I guess, Oh Great Sephiroth, which we'll make with a dashed line. This is already illegible. Timeline. All right, I can't wait for all of us to get brutally murdered so that we go to the other route. Dozens of logs for the stove are scattered at his feet. He asks with a surprisingly calm face. I slowly move toward him. I stop in front of him. Standing stiff as a rod, he looks up at me. His pupils widen as he blinks, muttering those words. Oh, I'm getting water, but there's music now, so it's perfect. You enjoy Dreamy Lens piano. I did remember. I return. I bumped my head on the stairs down, and I had to like make sure I was still Taylor before I got teleported into another dimension and universe. That would have been kind of awkward to explain. Yeah, don't worry, it's still me as far as I know. His pupils widen as he blinks, muttering those words.
ユニ、僕のこと覚えててくれたんだね。当たり前でしょ。忘れるわけないじゃない。
Filled with joy, I moved to embrace him tightly without a second thought.
待った。このままだと壊れちゃうかもしれないから。
Saying that, Uni slowly removes his glasses. He places his glasses on the shelf and then, suddenly with a voice as lovely as a girl's, he leaps into my arms.
会いたかったよ。
Aww.
会いたかったよ、心。
Uni aimlessly gropes at my back. He rubs his face against me, sniffling like a spoiled child. I cradle him closely in return. With all the strength in my arms, I squeeze him tighter and tighter. This is the second time I've been reunited with this boy, but unlike the Uni from my dream, this one isn't cold-hearted at all. Uni recognizes me as myself. He greets me as myself and confirms me as myself. Just that is enough to make me very happy.
僕、言わなくちゃいけないことがあるんだ。何？助けてくれてありがとう。
Who ends up loving or hating Uni. Yes, I couldn't do anything at that time. I had only fastened his seatbelt and taken his hand in mine. If there's anyone to thank for our rescue, it can only be God. Rather than fate, it seems more appropriate to call this a miracle from
で
God.
もとにかくありがとう。
I cling to Uni's body as though I'll never let him go. I put his head under my nose and fill my lungs with his scent. Okay, well, Yes. We're alive. The smell of his short hair and the burning warmth of his skin tell me that. Alive. Alive. Over and over again, I repeat it in my mind. Thank you, Mike. Alfrey. I tremble in joy as he stood witness to this miracle. After a while, I realized that my cheeks were wet. The small drops clinging to my lips are warmer than the chamomile tea I just drank. I know that's not how you say it. Don't you dare correct me or I'll make it worse. We stay in our embrace for quite a while, long enough to lose track of time. I can't recall anything complicated, whether it's the cause, details, or events of that dream. But still, there's only one thing on my mind. It isn't? No, I just expected to get... I'll be honest, Twink. If it's more than 2 syllables, I expect to get corrected on how it's pronounced. Just by, like, not, like, just... anything. It doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter on stream, off stream. That's just my life. That's just how I exist. They did pronounce it. I did hear them pronounce it. Oh, no, I understand. That doesn't matter. Chamomile. Chamomile-y. What Uni said bothers me. I don't care. Uni's in a place like this because we pulled him out of the plane. Critical thinking, Kokoro. What Uni said bothers
会い
me.
たかったよ。会いたかったよ、心。
The words that came from Uni's lips. It's as though something feels out of place. A suspicious feeling of dissatisfaction stirs my mind. But even so, something as trifling as that doesn't matter much now. With the end of the long hug nowhere in sight, the small doubt that had sprouted in the corner of my mind slowly fades away. I forget everything, becoming intoxicated with his warmth as I continue to soak in the happiness of our reunion. I'm left-handed. Oh, fucking congrats. When I use a pen, hold chopsticks, use scissors, or throw something, it's always with my left hand. That's why I wear my watch on my non-dominant right wrist. If I wore it on my left wrist, it would interfere with a variety of things. Of course, it's on my right wrist even now. It's a wristwatch I fancied and bought just the other day. The analog dial indicates... Okay, wristwatch, dial, watch. Wristwatch. 9:37. Kamurocho? Kamurocho. Who cares? I got it. I got it eventually. It's like I got 3 of the 4 syllables right. Oh, now it's 9:30. Oh, now it's 9:37. The animus within the anima. It's like a fucking Final Fantasy like boss name. Woohoo! 3%! We're doing great. The inside of the room is enveloped by the sad cry of the wind wailing outside. Other than that, besides the lid of the kettle rattling, not a sound can be heard. Not a single person opens their mouth. The heavy silence persists. The cup placed in front of me is already empty. The chamomile tea had surely warmed my body and calmed my heart. I've also gotten used to the feeling of sitting on the uncomfortable wooden log. I put my back up against the wall and observe the others. Uni is sitting on the bunk bed, dangling his legs. His face shows boredom. Even like this, he's far more energetic than the Uni from my dream. Yomogi stands at the window, observing the conditions outside. Smoke is slowly rising from his second cigarette, which he holds leisurely between his middle and index fingers. The woman who's wrapped in numerous blankets hasn't budged from her spot in front of the stove. She gently brushes a stray lock of her hair behind her ear. There's a lovely elegance to her actions which, even though I'm a woman, draws my eye with its croquetish charm. Coquettish charm, I don't know. I like croquet more. Even in such a disorderly place, she still takes great care in keeping herself proper, from the angle of her fingers to the tilt of her neck. You got it? Bang. There are 4 of us inside the cabin, including myself. The one thing that all 4 of us have in common is that we are all unhurt. Of course, we can probably easily find 1 or 2 scratches or bruises on our body. However, no one has any serious injuries. Our bones are fine, and all our organs seem to be in place. It's not like I've asked anyone directly, but that much is obvious from just observing them. I don't remember a single thing about the crash, but I do know that the shock from it had to be tremendous. Yet here we are, alive and well. As I think about it all, I can't help but think of the word miracle as well. Miracle. What a wonder it is that we're all alive here like this. This room doesn't have any electric lighting. Only the light of the lantern serves to illuminate the hopeless air around us. The flame within it wavers, causing the shadows in the room to dance and sway along with it. Somehow, it's a very illusory scene. Enchanted by the dubious flicker of the flame, I begin to lose sight of the boundary between reality and fantasy. If the silence continues, I feel like I will once again be consumed by that dream world. Anyway, it doesn't matter who, I'll just talk to someone. So I decided to first... Let's meet the woman. I tried speaking with the woman wrapped up in blankets. The animus within the animus still. Oh, 4%. Silence. There's no reason she wouldn't be able to hear me. I'm simply being ignored again. She's been so thoroughly ignoring me that it begins to feel as if she's doing it out of some sort of hostility toward me. Did I do something to leave her with a bad impression of me, perhaps? No, I don't remember doing anything like that. We just met her recently, and we haven't even exchanged a single word. Or is it possible she's just that kind of person to begin with? That she isn't really a people person, or something like that. With nothing else to do, I start talking to Yomogi. Yomogi. I had it right. Yomogi. I panicked. Okay, I had it. I panicked. We got it back. Yomogi.
ここにいるのはこの4人で全部ですよね。
ああ、そうだけど。
それじゃあ、
Oh, the other passengers. Okay, she took a long time to say that. Still looking out the window, Yomogi takes a long drag on a cigarette. Slowly exhaling smoke, he wipes the white clouded window.
そうか。そういえば、まだ有機堂さんには話してなかったね。
Oh, we said our name was Yukido. Yeah, because we were the dude. That's. Did I hear him wrong? An unfamiliar name suddenly enters my ears. Yomogi leaves the window and makes his way to the center of the room. He takes a square box from the shelf beside the bed.
もう一杯飲むだろ。長くなるからね。
He prepares the chamomile tea while holding a cigarette between his lips and pours it into our cups. He puts out a cigarette in the ashtray sitting on the table and then sits down in front of me.
さあ、何から話そうか。有機堂さんはどこまで記憶があるんだっけ？さっきは確か墜落の時のことは全部覚えてるって言ってたと思ったけど。
Again he uses a name I've never heard
ど
before.
うした？なんでそんなしかめっ面してるんだ？
I straighten my posture and begin to talk, looking intently at him.
話の前に一つだけいいですか？
なんだ？
有機堂って誰ですか？
誰ってそれはもちろん君のことだよ。
I'm astonished. Sighing deeply, I can feel myself starting to shake. Why? Why are things like this happening one after another? I can't exactly say why I'm exasperated, but there's no way I'm just gonna bite my tongue. I raise my voice in protest.
私の名前は冬川心です。
Really? I wonder how many times I'll have to repeat myself like this. I'm tired of it already. Although, the other times I said that phrase have been inside the dream.
冬川心？
そうです。冬川心です。学生証見せましょうか？それとも免許証の方がいいですか？なんだったら今すぐ区役所行って戸籍謄本取ってきてもいいですけど。
Alright, Kokoro, relax.
いや、すまん。
You're just swapping bodies, okay? It's not that impossible to figure out. Ugh.
怒らせてしまったみたいだね。だけど、有機堂というのはそもそも君の。
Yomogi hesitates to speak. His gaze wanders around the room as he rubs the stubble on his chin.
まあいいか。君がそこまで言うんなら、おそらくそうなんだろう。
おそらくじゃなくてそうなんです。
わかった。わかったよ。君の名前は冬川心。間違いないね。
Correct.
はい。
I clearly assert. And then,
待ってちょっと待ってよ
the woman who's persistently preserved her silence until now finally opens her mouth. Throwing off her blankets, she delicately stands up and walks purposefully toward me.
あんたどういうつもり
Okay. She slams both her hands on the table. Bending forward, she brings her face up to mine. Her entire body gives off a ghastly aura, filling me with dread.
私の名前は冬川心じゃあなんでさっきは有機道なんて言ったのよ
I don't know what she's angry about. The dreadful expression on her face leaves me unable to
答えなさ
reply.
いよ何企んでんのよあんた
Plotting. Now, this is a word I remember hearing. This feels almost like a reenactment of my dream. Saying, I'm Fuyukawa Kokoro, and having someone get angry because of that does resemble the dream. Then, was the dream supposed to be some kind of premonition?
ねえちょっと聞いてん
No,
の
it's
人の
the
話
future.
聞いてますよちゃんと
Best character time, certainly an opinion to have.
さっきとは随分態度が違うのね
before. When they say before, just what do these people mean?
えもう一度だけ聞くけどなんであんなバカなこと言ったわけバカなことってとぼけないでよ
Persona! Anyway.
あんたが有機道悟の名前を語ったことに決まってるでしょだからその人は誰なんですか白々しい演技はやめて
Act. Even though I'm not acting.
まあまあ落ち着けよ舞澄冬川さんが怖がってるじゃないか
あんた今なんて言った眉澄って言ったわよね
Now, why would you do that if you didn't tell him his name? Your favorite is a mass murderer. I don't think you have a leg to stand on. She just girl bossed a bit too hard. Can't women do anything? Yosh out here fighting the patriarchy. Women can serial kill too as a treat.
気安く呼び捨てになんかしないでくれる何様のつもりなわけ
じゃあなんて呼べばいいんだりんちゃんか
てめえなめてんだろこのヒゲ親父私はちゃん付けで呼ばれるのが世界で一番嫌いなのよ
だったら2番目に嫌いなのは
見ず知らずの他人に呼び捨てにされること
3番目は
Whoa, we're just going down the list. It's like the Dark Souls of PowerPoints. A good series of quotes.
3番目はそうね名前を間違って呼ばれることかしら凛なのに鈴とか眉澄なのに薫とかそういえばいつだったかダイレクトメールにトンビって書いてあったこともあったわ
Oh no. I would hate if I got mail addressed to someone named Tonbi written the same as Black Kite. Mainly because only one of those letters would be the same.
なんで我が家に届くわけ人のこと勝手に猛禽類扱いしないでほしいわ
I feel like Sexy Lord would love this entire conversation and agree with her immediately. Oh, almost certainly. Hi, Yoshi. In 1 to 2 years, I hope you're doing well and are enjoying this VOD up on YouTube. Everyone wave. Everyone wave to future Yoshi. He'll have an absolute fucking blast if we all do this. Hi, Yoshi. Hi. All right, this is the good bit, guys. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the game. The VOD will be muted? Excuse? Not if I get to it quick enough. We'll see. We'll see. Worst comes to worst, I'll have to record different music over it. Interesting. I might just have to record it straight to my computer. I can do that as well. That'll be annoying though. We'll see how bad the first one goes. Yeah, you have a little child styling on you right now.
冗談言っただけなのにさ。
何よ、文句あんの？
はあ、これだからばあさんは困るよな。
Hey, Uni, what? Uni has probably gotten angry as he deliberately mutters the phrase of the volume just loud enough for it to be heard.
ばあさん？23歳の裏若き乙女を捕まえといて、ばあさんってどういうことよ、ばあさんって。
ばあさんだからばあさんって言ったんだよ。この猛録ババア。
てめえ。
ほら、目尻にカラスの足跡が浮かんでますよ、トビリンちゃん。
このクソガキ、やんのかこら。
She's being fucking eviscerated by an 11-year-old. He's running fucking laps around her.
やらねえよ。誰がお前みたいなババアとなんかやるもんか。
もう完全にブチ切れちゃったわ。スマキにして外に放り出してやろうかしら。
やれるもんならやってみろよ、干し柿ババア。
Persimmon gobbling old hag.
上等じゃないのよ、このイソギンチャクメガネ。
Oh, here we go. Finally, took you long enough.
こら、いい加減にしないか、二人とも。
I mean, she automatically loses because she's fighting with an 11-year-old, but like halfway through the conversation and she's barely even like taking a real jab. Yomogi, sick of watching their back and forth, decides to interfere and pushes the two
ここが
apart.
どこなのか忘れたわけじゃないだろう。こんなくだらないことで体力を消耗してどうする。
I didn't mean to press right click there.
デモはなしだ。これ以上続けるつもりなら倉庫で寝てもらうことになるぞ。いいのか。
Yomogi lectures them in a surprisingly dignified tone. He glares at the two of them, keeping them in check. Even those two can't do anything with Yomogi standing like a mountain between them. Neither really backing down, Uni and the woman both look away and return to their respective territories.
まったく。
Yomogi sighs as he places his hand on his hip. Before we knew it, we lost track of our conversation, and the target of the woman's anger had completely changed. I'm certainly glad to have gotten out of further questioning, but anyway, I was able to at least establish the woman's name. Mayuzumi Lin. Mayuzumi opens her mouth, only for her words to come out like the hiss of a feral cat. Her personality is almost the complete opposite of what I had imagined it would be based on her mature looks and graceful bearing. The image of her I had in my mind just a while earlier has been thoroughly reversed. She has a rude, harsh, and uninhibited personality. Mayuzumi's questioning, though it was brief, has implanted a lingering feeling of uneasiness in the corner of my mind. It's about Yukido Satoru. Satoru. Why was I mistaken for this Yukido person, who I'd never met before and knew nothing about? First of all, just who is Yukido Satoru? That, and the words both Yomugi and Mayuzumi had said bother
君
me.
はさっきからずっと挙動不審な言動を続けている。
じゃあなんでさっきは有機道なんて言ったのよ。
さっき教えたばかりだろ。
さっきとは随分態度が違うのね。
Before. Replaying it all in my head, I finally arrived at an answer. Based on what they had said, only one conclusion can be reached. No, something like that is impossible. I denied my own thoughts immediately. It's something that I can't believe, that I don't want to believe. The conclusion I reach is simply too unreal to accept. That's why I turn away from it. I don't want to think about it any further. I am me. I am thou. Thou art I. Fuyukawa Kokoro. And I'm no one else but me. Struggling to suppress my wild thoughts, I try to convince myself of this. It is now 10:03 p.m. The inescapable reality. We're back to square boxes. This is actually a Persona spin-off. A large heap of blankets in hand, Mayuzumi climbs onto the top bunk. Now she's lying with her back towards us. To be frank, she seems like the type of person to sulk in bed. I'm not sure if she's really sleeping or not. She may just have her eyes closed. Oh, my flowchart, I've got about 3 more sections, which I don't think there's going to be just 3 more sections before I run out of space on this page and we give up on the flowchart idea. In any case, without so much as a sorry or a good night, this woman shuts herself away in her own little world. Naturally, there isn't anyone who bothers to ask her what she's up to. To tell the truth, I myself am a little relieved that the troublesome one has decided to settle down.
それじゃあ始めようか。
As if prudently choosing his timing, Yomugi quietly opens his mouth.
その前に言っておきたいことがある。どうか気を落とさないでね。僕らはまだ望みを失ったわけじゃないんだから。
He carefully chooses his words as he solemnly continues.
HAL18 便。それが僕らの乗っていた小型旅客機の正式名称だ。飛行機は乗員乗客31名を乗せ、一路日本列島の最北端、稚内を目指していた。順調に飛行を続けていれば、午後5時には空港へと到着しているはずだった。しかし、
Flight conditions weren't favorable, and we left banked as hard as we could into a mountain. Okay, now we're 6 hours earlier. Flight HAL 18 crashed deep in the snowy mountains. I, who had regained consciousness after being thrown out of the plane, began my search and rescue effort for survivors. A snowstorm was raging all around. Sunset was drawing near and I could barely see past my nose. Still, I didn't give up. The fact that I was all right meant that there had to be other survivors as well, I thought. It wasn't a feeling of obligation or a sense of justice which kept me going. I was spurred on by some unexplainable instinct. Before long, I found 2 women among the scattered rubble. Mayuzumi, Lin, and you. Having lost consciousness from the shock of the crash, you were lying beneath the caved-in ceiling, your head hanging limp. Even when I shook you by the shoulders and slapped your cheeks, you showed no sign of coming to. Mayuzumi, on the other hand, was conscious. She stood up on her own, mumbling something deliriously, and started aimlessly walking into the downpour of snow on unsteady feet. She had most likely lost at least some of her sanity at the time. Even when I called for her to stop, my voice didn't seem to reach her ears.
どうにか彼女を捕まえた僕は、とにかく風だけでも防げる場所はないかと思い、探し始めた。見つかったのは、 前後が切断された機体の一部だった。黒く焼けただれた外壁、無様に露出した骨組み、その姿はまるで朽ち果てた怪物の屍のように見えた。僕は舞泉の手を引き、君を背中に担いで屍の中へと逃げ込んだ。
Inside, I found a portal to this cabin. Inside, the foul stench filled the air. I suddenly realized that the smell was that of burning meat. There were chunks of charred flesh stuck firmly to the seats, which had been fixed to the floor. Dead bodies were still seated with their heads against the backs of the seats in front of them. Some of their bodies were missing everything from the seatbelt down. There were bloodstains, scraps of flesh, and entrails splattered across the windows. There was one corpse that seemed comparatively unharmed, but it stayed motionless, frozen solid like a plaster sculpture. The word hell wasn't enough to describe that disastrous scene. Having taken it all in, Mayuzumi looked absent-minded and dazed. You were still unconscious, so you didn't react at all. However, I felt the breath that escaped your lips growing more gradual with the passage of time. Would make a they ran out of budget for voice acting joke, but no, I think that's what actually happened. It's okay, I can read these sections. By that point, your body temperature was already well below the critical point. That was only natural. You were wearing the same clothes you'd boarded the plane in. Of course, you weren't the only one with this problem. Mayuzumi was the same. She was wearing a suit and high heels, and her legs were only covered with a thin pair of stockings. Left like that, the two of you would have surely died. With this in mind, I looked through the melted baggage compartments in the ceiling of the plane in hopes of finding something useful among the luggage. I grabbed the bags that looked like they might have something helpful inside and pulled them down. I found a down jacket, a fur coat, a wool sweater, and a muffler, and some gloves. And I got together as many clothes like that as I could find and dressed you two in them. By the time I'd finished, the sun had disappeared behind the horizon.
完全な暗闇。フライトアテンダントの座席のそばから懐中電灯を探り上げた。僕はスイッチを入れた。一条の光は闇の中を照らし出した。
There are only two things to be done next. First, I had to make a shelter by closing off the open ends of the shore and airframe. Second, I had to find some means of communication to send out a distress signal. I couldn't think of any other options. There might have been people still alive somewhere in the snowfield. However, the small pieces of wreckage had been scattered over a large area, which would have made further searching nearly impossible. And what about making our way down the mountain? In this state of affairs, that took precedent over anything else. As a mountaineer, I knew how terrifying and treacherous the snowy mountains could be. To start marching randomly inside a snowstorm is reckless at best. I didn't have a clue as to where we were. I didn't even know which way it was to the base, so I couldn't even think about descending the mountain. Our options were very limited. We spent all night in bivouac with nothing else to do but wait for this weather conditions to improve. A mountain climbing turn, meaning to sleep outdoors, to pass the night at a location where there are no cabins or campgrounds. Bivouac. If they got better, a military or rescue helicopter would have no trouble finding us. Of course, they'd be pointless if three of us lost their lives before they arrived. That's why, to live, that was the highest priority for us. Oh dear. I immediately got to work. That's a much better thing you could have said than what I was expecting. What I expect? I thought you'd be like, we're time to start fucking eating people. He was like, oh, we did what we must. That's what you say before you do something fucked up. Not before, okay, let's plug some holes in the shelter. Don't Swizzle's mind went straight to the gutter. I've played more of his games, okay? I know where this heads. No, not this, but like I know the general. I lost all feelings in my fingers, yet I continued working silently.
ところが一つ目の穴を半分ばかり埋め終えた頃、僕はあることに気がついた。舞泉がいない。
Oh no!
どこを見渡してみても彼女の姿がなかった。
Usually like parties, but I'm not a big fan of the daughter. Exactly. I rushed outside. Thick snowflakes began to fall and cling to me in layers, as if they had been eagerly waiting for their chance. I bent double to avoid this attack, pulling my hood close over my eyes, and began searching in the darkness. The piled up snow beneath my feet was immeasurably deep, but thanks to that, I could see the trail broken by Miyazumi's rustling through. To push through deep layers of snow, creating a path while moving forward, a mountain climbing term. With a light in hand, I turned to find more traces. I could barely see a thing. In the middle of a snowstorm at night, the light of a pocket flashlight was almost useless. And if I tried calling out at the top of my lungs, the roaring of the wind would effortlessly drown out my voice. I couldn't waste another moment if I wanted to find her, as the traces that she had left behind were quickly being filled with snow. I jumped into the snow. My body began to move without a second thought. I pushed on, parting the falling snow behind me. Blinded by a myriad of snowflakes, I single-mindedly continued to pursue her trail. After marching on for tens of minutes, I finally caught a glimpse of her. She had collapsed face down in the middle of a large snowfield. I had no idea why she would do something so foolish. Losing her cool and giving in to panic, she may have thought, it doesn't matter where I go, I just need to get away. Anyway, she had made her way here and probably collapsed from exhaustion. I brought my ear close to her mouth. I could hear her breathing, just barely. I quickly put her on my back and started making my way back along the path I had come from.
いくら体重の軽い女性とはいえ、人一人を背負ってのラッセルが想像を超えて過酷だった。腰まで埋まるほどの新雪が僕らの行く手を阻んでいた。一足を踏み出すことさえ至難の技だった。そうしている間にも吹きつける地吹雪は容赦なく体温を奪っていった。四肢の感覚は完全に麻痺し、指先は太い針金のように凝固していた。進めども進めども、周囲の景色は一向に変わる気配を見せなかった。どこまで行っても呪われたように酷濁した空間が広がっているだけだった。
Oh, this is the scary song. It sure is. Before long, I lost sight of the path. The traces I had left behind had become buried by the snow and were indiscernible. My legs had become completely stuck. I couldn't take a single step further.
ここまでか。
I knelt down on the snow. I knew that this would happen from the moment I set out. If you walk out into a snowstorm, then it's only natural for you to lose your way. Even then, I never once thought of turning back. Why is that? It might have been that bringing back Mayuzumi was just an excuse, when in reality, I wanted to meet my end here.
遅すぎたのさ。何もかも。
No matter where I looked, the desolate barren plain was dyed the color of death. The world ruled by despair and emptiness was rejecting my life, and the act of breathing was regarded by it as a sin. The sharp pain running through my entire body was sure testament to that. With Mayuzumi still on my back, I collapsed in the middle of the snowfield.
待たせてすまなかったな。これでやっとお前のところに。
お父さん。お父さん。
Oh dear. Right then, I thought I heard a voice. A voice I'd heard so often, but now I thought I'd never hear again.
お父さん。お父さん。
I knew it had to be an illusion. Faced with death, my consciousness was breaking down. Felt like it was the voice of a spirit come to haunt me. However, I couldn't help but try to confirm it. Having gathered the remainder of my strength, I raised my frozen body to its unsteady feet.
純一なのか。
お父さん、こっちだよ。こっちに山小屋があるんだ。見つけたんだよ。
Damn, good work, kid. When I snapped out of it, I saw a boy standing in front of me. It was the boy with round glasses I happened to catch a glimpse of on the plane.
僕についてきて。
Saying this, the boy started walking. I gave my head a good shake, which somehow brought my strained consciousness back into focus. This boy wasn't my son. That's how I was sure it wasn't just my delusion or some mysterious phantom, but a definite, real entity with a solid shape and form.
何ボケっと突っ立ってんだよ。山小屋はすぐそこなんだ。だから早く。
I once again lifted Mayuzumi onto my shoulders. With the boy in front of me as a guide, I started walking forward. And then... a cabin!
午後7時16分。
You need to make sure you're clearing the roof.
墜落から3時間を経て、僕らはようやくこの小屋へとたどり着いた。言うまでもなく、僕らを導いてくれた少年とは、ユニのことだ。あの時ユニが来てくれなければ、僕と黛は今頃、冷たい雪の下で眠っていたことだろう。いわばユニは、僕らにとっての命の恩人だった。残念ながら、当時意識を失っていた黛には、その実感がないようだけれど。
Nothing bad ever happens to the cabin. This one's on a mountaintop. It's not even in the woods. You know what I mean? Like, what could possibly come up and happen to us here?
これがここに至るまでの経緯だ。理解してもらえたかな。
With these words, Yomogi tries to finish off his long speech, but
ちょっと待ってください。私はその後どうなったんですか？
and then be rescued. Yeah, exactly. Not wanting to miss my chance, I hurriedly ask again. Yomogi smiles ever so
もち
slightly.
ろん助けに行ったさ。ユニにも手伝ってもらってね。あの輪切りになった機体の中から君をここまで搬送したんだ。正直言って楽な作業ではなかったよ。今は元気そうに見えるかもしれないけれど、あの時の僕はほとんどくたばりかけた状態だったからね。
でもどうして機体の位置が分かったんですか？ヨモギさん、道に迷っちゃったんでしょ？
ユニが知ってたんだよ。
Oh, good. Uni's fucking coming in clutch.
ユニが？
I turn towards Uni. Behind Yomogi, Uni is sitting in the spot where Mayuzumi has been camped out until shortly before. As his back is to me, I can't see his face. I don't know whether or not he's been listening to our conversation.
なんでユニが墜落機の場所を？
彼はコンパスを持っていたんだ。
Oh,
コンパスって方位磁石のことですよね。
ああ、墜落の衝撃によって機外へと放り出されたユニはある一定の方角に向かって歩き始めたらしいんだ。
song's banging. This song is chaining beta. 5%. All right, I'm gonna stop doing that. Okay.
この状況においては適切な判断だったと思うよ。何しろ周りには風を遮る場所さえなかったんだからね。その場にうずくまっていれば誰かが助けに来てくれるというような状況でもなかったわけだし、だから彼は歩き始めたんだ。と言ってもデタラメな方向に向かって闇雲に進んでいったという
I
わ
mean,
け
this
では
guy's this 11-year-old's a fucking like super
き
genius.
ちんと目標地点を定め歩数を測りながら彼は吹雪の中を歩いたんだ。そうすればその方角に何もないと分かった時元の地点に引き返すことができるだろ
This is so impossibly difficult. I'm just gonna start walking in straight lines and pray I hit something.
う。大したもんだよ。とても11歳とは思えない判断力だ。ユニはプロの登山家である僕なんかよりもよっぽど冷静だったってわけさ。
A weird feeling of suspicion, perhaps, starts welling up inside me. Is my personality so twisted that I can't admire Uni's efforts? Things like him conveniently having a compass and not losing his cool after the shock of the crash. If you put it all together, you couldn't help but think there was something unusual going on. Hey, Soy, I hope you're well.
まあとにかくそんなわけでユニは偶然この避難小屋を発見するに至ったんだ。ここで重要なのは彼が自分の歩んできた方角とここにたどり着くまでの歩数をちゃんと覚えていたということだ。だからこそ僕らは
私が取り残されていた墜落機の場所を特定できた、そういうことですか？
何か気になることでも？
いえ、別に。
I say that, but in reality, innumerable things are still bothering me. Can't believe you missed the best game of all time. Solid quote, thank you. In this retelling, there's no mention of how Uni had managed to find Yomugi and Mayuzumi. Moreover, even if it were possible for Uni to return to his own starting point, that doesn't necessarily mean that I was easy to find again. Looking at the possibility of all these occurrences, it seems like even the word miracle is an understatement to describe all that's happened. It feels like the work of some invisible power, like we might have been led to the cabin inevitably, like by Sephiroth? An invisible power. What it could be, I have no idea. I remember as I bring the cup closer to my lips, the chamomile tea inside has become cold by now.
あ、そうだ。大事なこと言い忘れてましたね。
Once it hits me, I lift my head. Wiping my lips and correcting my posture, I
あ
speak.
りがとうございます。
え？
お礼ですよ。助けてくれて本当にありがとう。
やめてくれよ。そういうのは苦手なんだ。それにお礼なら彼に言った方がいいんじゃないかな。
Yomugi sticks out his thumb and points it toward Uni, who's sitting behind him. I stand up and move closer to Uni. Uni is curled up into a ball in front of the stove. The way he holds his head makes it difficult for me to see his face. I squat down beside him and speak.
ユニ
Uni doesn't reply. Leaning down, I lightly shake him by the shoulder. I take a peek at his face. Crouched in place, Uni is breathing evenly in his
ユ
sleep.
ニありがとう。
I say in a soft voice. In reality, I feel like I want to hug him from behind and roll around with him on the floor. I'm overwhelmed with a feeling of gratitude, one that can't be conveyed by thousands or even tens of thousands of words. That we're alive right now is all thanks to them, Uni and Yomugi. I gently embrace Uni's body and lay him down on the bottom bunk. I place several blankets on top of him, and then a few more for good measure. Uni tosses a bit in his sleep as he mumbles something. I quietly remove his glasses.
さてと。
Holding Uni's glasses in my mouth, I wander aimlessly around the cabin. What? The emotion? Okay. Anyway. The emotions welling up inside me, seeking an outlet, are driving me to walk around in circles. This is a passionate feeling of gratitude, and I need to convey it to someone somehow. But who? Well, of course. They're asleep. With an almost indecent cry, I jump onto Yomugi's back without warning. Okay, here's... I knew the game had been serious for too long. Our limbs entangling, we tumble, rolling around on the floor.
ヨモギさん、ヨモギさん。
おい、こら、どうしたんだ。
There are two people sleeping.
やめろ、冬川。やめろ、やめてくれ。やめてくれ。
やめないもんね。
意味がわかんねえんだよ。なんなんだよこれは。なんなんだよ。なんなんだよ。
意味なんかないの。いわゆる感情表現ってやつ。
感情表現。おい、早まるな冬川。僕らはまだそういう関係じゃないだろう。
Oh, what a terrible day to have eyes.
薄くて破れないやつも今は持ち合わせて
Oh,
な
what
い
a
し。
horrific day to have eyes. I wish I was illiterate.
そんなのいらないの。ゴロゴロンゴロゴロン。
At least we know he's always been like this. You know what I mean? Like at least it's not like a new thing brought on by like getting older or something. He's just been like this his whole life.
ハグハグハグハグ。
Hagu hagu. My expression of my feelings continues for a while afterwards. Falling into egocentrism. What? Like, call it something normal. Say it after me. Chapter 9. After my outburst ends, I feel embarrassed right away to name these things. Let's give it a save. It's a little awkward. Yomagi stares at the wall, seemingly half shy and half shocked. Can I have your best recap so far? Oh, Christ. Okay, so like we start on a plane, okay? And like the kid and I are on the plane together. And we and the kid like guesses that we're 20 because he uses the coming of age ceremony and a feather he finds after we make a decision that I guarantee led to the route we were on, which was how to react to the kids screaming and then covering our eyes. And then we kind of flash back and forth between us talking on the plane and Sir Edgelord down in like a experimental facility. And we do that for a while, and then the plane explodes and we crash, and then we wake up and everyone's acting kind of really weird. We don't know why. When we say our name, everyone gets really angry at us. And then we meet the kid and he's like really upset. And on the plane we were studying like a case file for like a mass murder, like a hospital massacre. And then when we wake up, we're in a facility with the person that looks exactly like the person who massacred the hospital. But we find out that we're not actually us right now. We're in someone else's body, right? And so while we're in someone else's body, we just like freak the fuck out. The hospital, it's back. We freak the fuck out, okay? And then we kind of go into like the Earthbound boss, okay? You know what I mean? Like the Earthbound bosses. We go into that realm. And then we wake up and we're in this cabin and we're back in our body. And the kid who gave us the mirror and was like, the name of the person you met, how do you know them? They're not here, they're dead. It's like, oh my god, you're back. So you know, it's you. I'm so happy to see you. So like there's like a time fuckery going around as well. And so now we're in the cabin trying to figure out, like, you know, how we eventually die in order to progress into the hospital phase where we're the other dude and where the kid gets there, because we don't have a connector to them yet. What about David and Saul? Is that like on the fucking roof where the guy starts fucking talking? No, that's on the roof. Right, I'm sorry. Yukido is on the roof, by the way, while the plane's coming down. And he's like reciting like Bible stories while waiting for the clock to strike 4. And when the clock strikes 4, he starts watching lightning just bow, 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 bow everywhere. And then a shadow appears on the roof. It just fucking throws him off of it. So that also happens. Forgot about that. That's a good point, Yosh. I drink the last of the chamomile tea and find myself with nothing else to do.
抱きつき禁止。
Perhaps he's the type to hold a grudge.
そうじゃなくて。
ん？
どうするんですか？これから。
どうするって。
ずっとこの小屋にいるわけにいかないでしょ。何かいい方法ありますよね。よもぎさん、プロの登山家なんだし。
Yomogi shrugs his shoulders.
ここがどこかわからないんですか？例えば前に来たことのある山とか。
そんな偶然があればいいんだが、残念ながらあの吹雪じゃ場所の特定は。
そうですよね。この小屋には何かないんですか？地図とか。
Maybe we should sleep and see if the snowstorm subsides tomorrow.
散々探したよ。
Surely we won't be murdered tonight. I'm at a loss. I was happy before, but our situation might be even more hopeless than I imagined. I searched in my pocket for anything that might serve as a clue. All I find is a voice recorder. I guess that's to be expected. After all, if something I'm carrying turned out to be a clue about this cabin, it'd just be scary. Of course, couldn't have that. The playback display only reads Data 1 and Data 2. Having recorded Data 1 myself, I already know what's on it, but I play it back even so.
やーちゃいか。
Oh, it's the Russian!
私はカモメ。これは世界初の女性宇宙飛行士ワレンチナ・テレシコワの言葉だ。旧ソ連の宇宙船ボストーク6号に乗り込んだ彼女は一人完全な静寂と虚無に支配された宇宙空間を漂いながら。
It's my voice, although that's obvious. And then, Yomogi takes out something that appears to be a machine from his breast pocket. While continuously staring at it, he shakes his head slightly and lays it on the table. Every time they put a fucking wristwatch up. Anyway. But it's a little bigger than an ordinary watch. It also has a lot of different attachments. It is some sort of multi-purpose watch? The liquid crystal display is showing figures that I don't know the
なん
meaning
で
of.
す？
Oh, it says fucking GPS on it.
GPS。まあ、簡
GPS.
単に言えば、今いる場所の座標を表示してくれる機械かな。
Let's read about GPS. Perhaps. A system employing the satellites to calculate the position of a receiver, a person, boat, plane, car, etc. in a 3D space. Thank you.
すごいじゃないですか。
使えればね。
ということは。
ぶっ壊れてる。
Oh. Heartbroken, I dropped my
多
shoulders.
分墜落のショックで行かれたんだろう。動くことは動くけど、デタラメな座標ばっかり表示してるんだ。
直したりとかは。
できるならとっくにやってるよ。ああ、結構高かったんだけどな、これ。
Yomogi lets out a sigh. I sit back down in the chair. I wish you wouldn't thoughtlessly show me broken and useless things. Oh, fucking thank you, Kokoro. A momentary hope has caused my despair to return stronger than ever. My tongue sharpened by disappointment, I begin to murmur
な
sarcastically.
んでそんなもの持ってるんですか？
つい癖でね、いつも持ち歩いてたからな。
I tilt my head as I see Yomugi's bitter smile. What a weird old guy. A normal person wouldn't carry around something. You're just a fucking bitch! What the fuck is the matter with you?
ま、場所については僕もあれこれ考えていたんだが。
No, 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 no. What I said is justified. He saves her life, has a whole bunch of hiking equipment. It broke in a plane crash, and she's like, why is he so useless? All right, I'm taking you back out into the snow.
墜落する前までの状況を思い出してみたんだ。羽田を飛び立ってから墜落するまで2時間は経ってなかったと思う。
Throw her out. We're leaving.
1時間から1時間半くらいですね。
飛行ルートから推測すればここは東北の山の中って可能性が高い。青森、秋田、岩手、そんなところだろう。
Hey, isn't that the island with the facility on it? It's no good. That's too vague.
空気が薄いから標高は高いと思う。救助が来るのはしばらく時間がかかるかもしれない。
After saying that, Yomugi smiles as if to comfort me.
心配するな。小屋があるってことはここは人が来る場所ってことなんだから。
Oh, I missed one? Oh, it must be like in a different universe. Oh! Well, well, well. Hello! Welcome on in. I hope you're well. What day is it today? Tuesday? How's Stardew? Nope, not Stardew. How was 1,000-year tour? Welcome on in. Okay, you only looked at the first two letters. It's funnier that way, Yosh. I'm always correct, okay? Easy peasy. How many AOs could there possibly be? Hearing that, I muster a thin smile in return. Of course, I'm not reassured by what Yomugi says. As I thought, the situation's pretty bad.
本当にここ日本なんでしょうか。
変なこと言うな。なんでそんなこと。
なんだか現実じゃないみたいで。
One more night to be totally done. Very nice. In Japan, KK, thank you. There's AO3. Oh, shit.
都会暮らしのお嬢さんじゃそう思うのも無理ないかもな。
Hearing his slightly teasing tone angers me just a little. It's as if I'm totally helpless by myself, isn't it?
ここがどこか僕知ってるよ。
Ooh. Uni slowly gets up from the bed. So he's... Mantra? How's it going here? It's going pretty good. We're learning about GPS. He speaks with conviction as he rises.
赤倉だけって言うんだ。
Oh, okay. Mount Akakura.
え？
I look at Uni's face, surprised. We look at Uni's face from the third person. Yomugi is wearing a perplexed expression as well.
どうしてわかるんだ？
Uni's thin lips curl into a smile. His face without glasses is the most childish I've ever seen it. Even so, with a distant look on his eyes, he smiles as if he's one who understands everything. His expression seems somehow strange. My spine suddenly tingles.
ユニ？
Uni stands up unsteadily, without answering. Walking uncertainly, he turns to the entrance.
ユニ
おい、どこへ？
ついておいでよ。
Uni smiles again. He's facing us, but his eyes aren't focused on us. Where's he looking?
教えてあげる。
Uni opens the door. Strong wind and snow blow into the cabin. Uni's figure disappears into the white landscape.
おい、待て！
Yomagi goes after him, with me following right behind. Are we leaving our friend behind? The snowstorm hits my cheeks with amazing force. Pain. More than the cold, what I feel is pain. I can't see in front of me, my eyes won't open at all.
Yuni!
I try to yell, but my voice is erased by the wind.
Yuni!
And then something pulls at my hand. Uni is looking up at me. There. His finger points to the cabin's entrance. I strain my eyes to see. Mount Akakura Emergency Shelter Cabin. Oh, okay. See you, Aether. Hope you're well. More like annoying roommate. I just do 2 M's, no hyphen. I thought we were about to go like in a trance and like walk to like a ritual cave in the fucking mountains. It says so on the tin.
大したからくりだったな。吹雪のせいで全く気づかなかった。
へん。もうユニったらびっくりさせないでよ。
In the short time I've been outside, my body has become frozen through and through. It's possible to keep the shivering out of my voice. Forgetting to wipe off the snow that clings to me, I rush to the stove.
何が？いいの。なんでもない。
Uni squints and follows me. His eyes seem to swim.
ねえ、それよりメガネ。僕のメガネ。ごめん。
I pick up his glasses from the table and return them to him.
何の騒ぎ？
Mayuzumi's gotten up. Yomagi explains to her about figuring out where we are.
それなら脱出できるのね。
脱出？
場所が分かったんでしょ？下山できるじゃないの。
It certainly feels like what she's saying is overly obvious.
いや、無理だ。
Oh,
なんでよ。
分かったのは山の名前だけだ。僕はここに来たこともない。下山ルートは分からない。
Mayuzumi points in Yuni's direction with her chin.
そこのガキがコンパス持ってるんでしょ？それを使えば。
It seems the conversation between Yomagi and myself earlier had reached her ears just fine. However, Yomagi shakes his head and glares balefully at the
コン
doorway.
パスごときどうにかなれば苦労しないさ。
Oh, you're a mountaineer? Name every mountain.
この吹雪の中を歩き回るのは自殺行為だ。
Communication.
おとなしく救助を待つのが得策だ。
Displeased, Mayuzumi lets out a snort and again retreats to the top bunk. Continuing her nap, maybe. I kind of understand how she feels. We know the name of the mountain we're on, but that doesn't lead to any sort of solution at all. I continue to try to think of something else we can do. However, Yomagi has already tried almost everything I can think of. It seems there's no method to establish contact with the base of the mountain. Fortunately, the cabin's basement still has a decent stock of firewood remaining. If there's some fire remaining, then we're all right when it comes to water. We just have to melt some snow. It isn't a great amount, but there's a supply of food stored in there as well. If we ration it, 4 people we can endure for 4 days. Those words from Yomagi encourage me. After that, all we can do is wait patiently for the blizzard to stop and the rescue team to arrive.
ねえねえ、お腹空いたよ。
そうだな、飯にしよう。
手伝います。
手伝うことなんて何もないよ。
While laughing, he walks up to the cardboard boxes in the corner of the room. I follow behind him. I peek into one of the 3 cardboard boxes that are there. Inside are a number of little packages, each smaller than a fist. They're freeze-dried emergency provisions. There's stew, rice porridge, and plain rice. Let's see what freeze-dried means. Freeze-drying, a method of rapidly freezing and dehydrating food, allowing it to retain its flavor and nutritional content without losing its shape. Freeze-dried foodstuffs can later be reconstituted with hot or cold water. I take one into my hand and check the expiration date. It seems to be totally fine. It seems freeze-dried food can be preserved for up to 10 years. I'm thankful for the wisdom of mankind. Thank you, wisdom of mankind. Besides those, we found some hardtack biscuits as well. Feeling slightly nostalgic, Very important. Try eating. That one was good. I opened the packaging and put some of the hardtack into my mouth. There's no taste at all. This is very delicious emergency rations. And as for this, there is a calorie of adult 2 meals. Anyway. Apparently an old translation named this scene falling into autism. Can see why they changed that. Hey, Nuka. Hope you're well. Yeah, I can see why they changed that too. Why is it in English? Who knows? What game is this? This is a really old visual novel called Remember11. It's fucking insane to read. Guys, I'll be honest. If that popped up on the fucking screen, I probably would have been out for like 45 minutes. Like, there's no way I would have been able to continue reading. Is it soup? No, it's hardtack, which is like extremely dry, preserved crackers. The moisture inside my mouth is sucked away, drying it out completely. I need to reach a good stopping point. After this like scene, I'm gonna, after this scene, we're gonna probably wrap up. Like fossil, like, honestly, not that far off. They are emergency rations, so I guess that's to be expected.
おいおい、貴重な食料なんだからもっと大事にしてくれよ。
That's right. We only have 4 days worth of food.
ごめんなさい。ああ、いいな、ココロン。僕も食べたい。
ダメだ。これは没収。
ケチ。
Yomigi places the biscuits back into the cardboard box. Yomigi pulls out an aluminum pot from the box beside it. It seems somewhat flimsy, but if all we'll be using it for is heating things, then it's just fine.
それじゃあこの鍋に雪を入れてきてくれ。
わかりました。僕が行く。
Uni snatches the pot from my hand.
もう、ユニ。
Ignoring my cry, Uni walks nimbly to the entrance. When he opens the door, another freezing gust blows in.
寒いぞ。
Mayazumi complains from her bed. Inside the cabin, the wind swirls the snow it was carrying around. Carried by the wind, a newspaper flies out from behind a box and flutters in the air. I pick it up without a second thought. And then, one of the articles inside catches my eye. Hey, that was me. That was me over there. July 4th, Monday, 2011. Hold on. That's not right. That's 5 months in the future. That math doesn't work. Wait, July, that's 6 months in the future. Oh, 3 decomposed male and female corpses. Oh, that's not good. Found on Mount Akakura. Missing passengers from the Hall crash. My throat goes dry. My heart is pounding like a hammer. It won't calm down. Okay, well, all right. Everything I thought I knew is fucked right now. It's strange. Something is strange. There's something wrong with this newspaper. Date. Yes, it's the date. Today's date is in Heisei. Oh, God. Is it Hasty? Anyway, 23. In other words, it should be January 11th, 2011. However, this newspaper is dated July 4th, Independence Day. Heisei? Okay, Heisei. Right, probably should be the same sound each time. July 4th, 2011. This shouldn't be. It's impossible. My breathing becomes pained. Wheezing sounds come from my throat. It's like my body isn't my own. The hand holding the newspaper is trembling. Even so, I frantically read the article. The Omori Prefectural Police announced the recent discovery of the remains of 3 men and women on Omori's Mount Akakura. Let's read about Mount Akakura. Part of Omori Prefecture's South Hakoda mountain range, elevation 1,298 meters. It draws a fair number of people during the winter climbing season. Believed to be the victims of the crash of Flight HAL 18, which claimed 27 lives last January. As they had undergone extensive decomposition over a period of 6 months, the identities of the bodies are unclear, but they are assumed to be the last 3 accounted for among the missing passenger and crew members on HAL 18. Hey, why is your Uninok there? The bodies were discovered 1 kilometer east of Mount Akakura shelter cabin. Why is it so far away from the shelter? It has been confirmed that the 3 bodies sustained many lacerations in an avalanche. Oh, great. And it's probably that they survived for some time after the crash. Oh, this is horrible. However, due to the location being far away from the route down the mountain, the Omori police investigation into their movements on the day of their death will continue. According to the Omori Meteorological Observatory, an avalanche affected this area on Mount Akakura of Mount Akakura occurred on January 17th. Okay, we have 1 week. At around 6:53 a.m. After analyzing the traces left at the Mount Akakura shelter cabin, it was concluded that those who had used it survived for 7 days after the crash. The horrific crash of Flight 18, with the discovery of the 3 bodies, claimed 30 lives out of 31 crew members and passengers aboard. 31 passengers, 30 deaths. Saved was the sole survivor of the crash. Kusada Unikun. Hey, wasn't the other guy also in the crash? So he's dying too now. Oh wait, we watched him plummet from a roof. Okay, it's fine. What's happening? What is this? Oh, she's saying it. My voice grows hoarse. My entire body begins to tremble. It's strange. As I thought, this newspaper is strange.
どうしたんだおい
I have my own theories as you played, and they almost immediately get shattered minutes later after stuff like this. I got nothing now. That's how you know you're playing an Uchikoshi game. Someone is calling for me. The voice seems far away. My shoulders tremble. I shake that off and run my trembling fingertips on the paper surface. The identities of the 3 discovered bodies. They are Yomogi Saiji-san, Mayuzumi Lin-san, and Fuyukawa Kokoro-san. Everything turns black. From within the core of my brain, my consciousness recedes to somewhere far, far away. Is this a dream? Yes, it's a dream. If it isn't, we're going to die? As I think that, an intense feeling of anger boils over from within me.
嘘こんなもの嘘に決まってる
What do I think's happening so far? Sam, any hope of me understanding this story is probably about 15 hours away. I don't even have guesses now that this newspaper has been showed to me. That's, yeah. It's a lie. It's a lie. This has to be some sort of mistake. I tried to blot it out, and then I gripped the newspaper more tightly. Oh, okay. Oh, whoop, well. Excellent. Heart, body, and sedatives. Of course. Duh. All right, well, I'm just, we're fucking... We're 6% of the way into the game. Thoughts so far? I mean, it's pretty good so far, you know? Like, I have no complaints. No, you know, I mean, I'm, you know, this is like the perfect place to pick up on next month, I think. I just yeah, 0% of the scene's a good place to stop. Okay, well, it's not, you know, so here's the thing, Sundown. I will somehow believe that Yosh didn't immediately badger the one rule we had, and then everyone else also lie. So something tells me that we'll be just fine. Anyway, thank you all. I hope you had fun. I know I did. If you're new here, hey, consider following. Cool thing you can do. Couple links real quick. Discord right there. YouTube for both VODs and edited content. I'm also, yeah, I'm kind of with what Yosh said there. Something tells me that we may not reach 100. My guess is, real quick, I'll talk about this, my theory on this. You know how, like, there's that scene where I have to decide whether or not I'm afraid of rats? My guess is that there's going to be a couple of those where there's, like, maybe perhaps like 3 lines of different dialogue before it goes back into the main scene, and like that's not gonna, you know, imagine if it was based on RNG. I don't think Yosh would like it as much. I did all my links, so let me. Oh, we'll raid Frost. Frost is playing through Divinity Original Sin right now. I feel like I know even less. Mr. Zoram, you will not know more until, if you don't look anything up, until probably day 4. That's my prediction. Where's Frost on here? The game fits into the conditions. I can't guarantee how much you derailing it will add. All right, well, you know, we'll trust. We'll trust. I always said that you can't. You just have to assume some derailments. You can't assume major ones. That's on me. Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely rest of your night, day, afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it may be. Please remember to stay safe, stay healthy, and I will talk to you guys again soon. Thursday, back with Rune Factory. We're going to try and make more progress on that and see where we end up. Bye for now.